Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, good evening and welcome to the May 20th, 2013 Town of Los Gatos Joint Town Council Parking Authority meeting. First of all, I would ask those of you who are standing in the doorway to move back to the seats which have been placed in the lobby, and you'll have seats there. I believe you have a screen there. And also, we can hear you from in here, so I would ask you to keep the noise down. In fact, there shouldn't be any whatsoever. Those people who are in this room should be seated. If you do not have a seat, please do not sit on the stairs and do not stand in the doorway. So if you are standing in the doorway or are seated on the stairs, please move back into the lobby and take a seat there. And I do appreciate your cooperation. This has been 1 year of a lot of intense meetings, and so we do have a process, and we do have the ability to accommodate all of you for your seating. Next, I would ask that you put your cell phones on silence or on vibrate. And although it does look like you know how to do it, anyone who intends to speak this evening, please fill out one of these cards. Many of you have already done that, and give these cards to the clerks to my left, and they will get those cards into me. All right. Having said that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Joe Brzezinski. Here. Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Councilmember Diane McNutt.
Here.
Vice Mayor Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Barbara Spector.
Here. Thank you. All right. Now, in a second, we will be doing the pledge. But before we do that, I'm going to ask someone to come up and help me. Carter McEnroe, want to come up here? Now, I'm calling Carter up here not only because he's going to lead us in the flag salute, but I want to tell you a little bit about him. And as I tell these people about you, if I say anything wrong, just go along with it, okay? All right, Carter is a third grader at Louise Van Meter Elementary School. He is a student council class representative. His favorite subjects are science, geography, and reading. He has been involved in a tremendous amount of community service. Carter helped refurbish the Lee Matheson Middle School in East San Jose, which is a school with huge at-risk and underserved student population. During the holidays, Carter helped wrap holiday gifts for underprivileged children, along with the family giving tree. Annually, Carter shops for and delivers Thanksgiving dinners to families in need. As for sports, Carter does skiing, mountain biking, swimming, soccer, flag football, scootering and skateboarding, right? He loves being in YMCA adventure guides with his dad. He loves watching movies with his mother. And look at them up there, grinning. He's going to Hungary this summer, where his grandparents grew up, and he loves to make people laugh and make up jokes. So let's give a round of applause for this guy. So if you will all stand, face the flag, and Carter will lead us in the flag salute. It's on.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Another round of applause. Thank you. I will now look to the town attorney for a closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The council met in closed session as duly noticed on the agenda tonight. They took no action, and there's nothing to report out at this time.
We will now move on to our council town manager reports. First, look to the council for council matters. Seeing none. I know the manager has some manager matters. Mr. Larson.
Yes. Madam Mayor, members of the council, this Wednesday is a big day on two fronts. We are having our annual Public Works open house at the Miles Avenue Yard from 9 to noon as part of Public Works Week, which you proclaimed at your last meeting. Wednesday is also the deadline for applications for the Transportation and Parking Commission as well as the Youth Commission. And so we encourage residents to apply for both those commissions by end of day Wednesday. I wanted to welcome back Jackie Rose, our Community Outreach Coordinator, as Acting Clerk Administrator, given the previously announced departure of Mazarine Varakaria. And also, I just wanted to inform the public and council, we do have desk items on two consent calendar items. Items 1, the minutes, and item 4, the street repair and resurfacing project, as well as for item number 7, the public hearing. There was, besides the staff report, there was an addendum that included public comment on Friday, 2 desk items today labeled A and B, both of which included additional public comment. And then after 3 p.m., we did receive a letter from Rachel Mansfield Howlett, the attorney for LGCRD, which was provided to council as well. And those are the additions to the agenda from the original packet that was distributed on Thursday. Tonight's Did You Know is on the library program, and librarian Jen Laredo is going to be presenting tonight's Did You Know if she found a seat. There she is.
Hello, everyone. Did you know that Los Gatos
I'm going
Libraries-
to, I'm sorry, I'm going to let you start over again. Please direct it to us and use the microphone so we can all hear you.
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, folks. You need to know, too. Did you know that Los Gatos Library Summer Reading Kickoff is right around the corner? I bet you did. Thursday, May 30th, we will launch our annual Summer Reading Extravaganza. Our kids' theme this summer is Dig Into Reading. To sign up for summer reading, you can visit our website or you can visit the library. Each participant chooses their own reading or listening goal and tracks their progress online or on a paper log. Every child who meets their reading goal will collect a prize at the end of the summer. But did you also know that the Los Gatos Library has a vibrant teen summer reading program? The theme for the teen summer reading program this year is Beneath the Surface. Sign-ups and tracking are all online, and we have a cool gift card prize drawing each and every week. Every book that teens read and log gets them another entry into that week's drawing. Also, to keep teens visiting the library over the summer, we have a secret clue word that we post in the teen room every week. So the teens can come in, check out that secret word, add it to their log, and get an extra entry into the drawing for that week. And did you also know that the library offers required reading book clubs for our Los Gatos High School students? We get together, we eat pizza, and we discuss the books that they have to read for school in August. So get your young person to the library and sign them up for summer reading. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to publicly commend Jen for her leadership with the new teen room at the library. It was an unstaffed position, and she's taken the initiative to staff it and provide extraordinary services to the volumes of teens who are now visiting our teen room every day after school.
Thank you. All right, next we have our consent calendar. We do have 6 items on our consent calendar. They will be acted on in one motion unless someone from the council or from the public removes an item so that we can consider it at a hearing tonight. So I will first look to the council. Does anyone wish to remove a matter from the consent calendar? Ms. McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't wish to remove an item, but I do need to recuse on item number 2 because of a business relationship with the spouse of the property owner.
All right, thank you. Anyone else does anyone from the council wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? I do not have anyone from the audience who has told me they wish to remove an item from the consent calendar, but does anyone wish to do so? Noting for the record that no one has so indicated, I will look to the council for a motion. Mr. Brzezinski.
A move to approve the consent agenda.
With the acknowledgement that Ms. McNutt is recused from number 2?
That's correct.
All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, next we have verbal communications. Now, verbal communications is for someone to talk to us for 3 minutes for an item that is not on our agenda. This is something that is not on our agenda. I do have some cards from people on verbal communications. So I will first call forward Sam Bowers. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sam Bowers. Before I begin, my partner Max has some materials we will have up here on the projector. Some more information on what I will be talking about this evening is on the back of those. Please accept them. Max's confidence needs it. I am here tonight on behalf of our community access television station KCAT TV 15. And allow me just to say, I am so thrilled that all of you came out to hear me speak this evening. It means the world to me. I have been the head intern at KCAT TV 15 since I graduated from Los Gatos High School in 2010. I am currently a film student at San Jose State University, as well as a cast member of the longest-running show in Silicon Valley, Comedy Sports San Jose. My mother is also Los Gatos mega celebrity Kim Vestal, who over the last 25 years has had a lot of South Bay radio experience and has emceed such events as the new library opening and other things that were too early in the morning for me to attend. Tonight, I am here to alert all of my fellow art activists of KCAT TV 15's latest project. This summer, KCAT is taking a departure from their live student-run News at Noon program and is creating their first feature-length film, Airship Down. Written and directed by station manager Tom Bryan, Airship Down tells the fictional story of Chance Largo, played by myself, as he navigates the Bay Area in an alternate version of the early 1900s. My co-star is fellow Los Gatos High School graduate, as well as former student body president and current student at Brown University, Marion Wellington, playing the role of Benicia Vallejo. Aside from Mr. Bryan, myself, and Miss Wellington, the movie is completely staffed from assistant director to the guy who hands out the information cards by the youth of Los Gatos. This film will be shot within town and the surrounding areas, utilizing the rich history and scenery that we get to enjoy every day. Upon its completion, Airship Down will be one of the greatest, as well as an original piece of artwork that this town has ever produced. Unfortunately, the future of the movie is uncertain, as we at KCAT had hoped to raise $10,000 by next week to cover the production costs. Through the website known as Kickstarter, we have been given 30 days to raise $10,000, but we have not yet reached our goal. As of 6 o'clock tonight, Airship Down has raised $5,510. Unfortunately, Kickstarter's policy states that if we don't reach our goal by the end of the 30 days, we don't see any of the money that we have raised so far. So tonight, I'm asking the citizens of Los Gatos to embrace this new creative summer project by opening your wallets and donating some money. By donating, you can receive a lot of prizes, from a copy of the script all the way up to even a role in the film, which is exciting. I know personally, I would love nothing more to see Mr. Joe Brzezinski's face on the silver screen. Star power, ladies and gentlemen, star power. So for more information on everything, airshipdown.com. Please take one of the postcards. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And here I thought, I know he deserves that, but for the rest of the evening, so we can get through it, even if you're as cool as Carter, you're just going to have to withhold your applause. All right, next, Chris Miller.
Well, I won't be as eloquent as Sam. He's such a great speaker. As most of you know, I spent 6 months in Boston, got back 2 weeks ago. And as Dorothy stated in The Wizard of Oz, there's no place like home. I just want to take time to compliment town staff and leaders on the high quality maintenance of the park. I live next to the streets, finally paved after 25 years of waiting for that. The downtown looks great with the trees. And I know you have a long agenda tonight. As a former elected official in the town, my advice to you is to, as you make a decision, is to go back to the mission and vision of the town. And remember, you'll be making a decision that impacts all residents. All 30,000 or 31, whatever the census is, of the town. So, thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'm going to say that there are a lot of issues involved with our agenda items, so please use verbal communications for matters not associated with our agenda item. Robert, looks like McCartney.
Thank you. I'm here to speak on a matter that's important to public safety, namely the proposed ordinances governing the sales of guns at Templar Armaments and perhaps other establishments. From time to time, you may be told that proportionately automobiles kill as many people as guns, and that blunt instruments kill more people than rifles. Now, while it's true, or it may be true, that those statistics are correct, the people who share them with you will probably not urge you to protect your business, your home, or your family with a Buick or with a baseball bat. The point is that guns are different in the sense that where gun safety is concerned, there is no margin for error. We've already had the experience here in Los Gatos that Templar has sold a weapon to someone who was known to be a threat to public safety, and I would say that we're running out of luck on that count. Therefore, I would urge the council to work judiciously and quickly to draft an ordinance that places public safety first. Other communities in our area have done this and provide models you can use. Your very best efforts are essential because, as I said, there is no margin for error. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Ronnie Erickson.
I didn't expect such a large crowd this evening. Dear Mayor Spector and council members, my name is Ronnie Erickson. I'm a property owner for about 18 years in Almond Grove at 251 Bachman Avenue. I attended a pre-hearing community development meeting here December 14, 2011, regarding short-term rental use in Almond Grove, which is a R1D zoned area. My understanding of the outcome of this hearing held on December 20th, 2011, is that a letter was issued to the owner of 230 Tate Avenue to cease operation of her short-term rental on or before January 31st, 2012. It is now May 2013, and her short-term rentals continue. And this is in conflict with the town's decision. I would like to understand the town's commitment to follow up and take action on this concern. Thank you. And I have a copy of the letter if you need that.
Thank you. You can just give it to the clerk. I have no more cards for those wishing to give verbal communication, and I see no one coming forward. So we will now go on to agenda item 7, which I will note for the record is a plan development application PD 12001, architecture and site application S12078, and environmental impact report EIR 12003. The project location is 9 through 160 Albright Way and 14600 Winchester Boulevard. The property owner is LG Business Park, LLC. The applicant is John R. Schenk. We are considering a request, first of all, to modify the existing plan development to allow for redevelopment of the existing site with up to 550,000 square feet of new office R&D buildings, and approval to construct the improvements represented in the plan development on the property. B, to consider a request for architecture and site approval for the proposed project, and C, to consider certification of an environmental impact report and mitigation monitoring and reporting program. Before we get to Joel Paulson, who will be making the report on behalf of staff, let me review for you what our process will be this evening. We will begin with the staff report. The council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of staff. The council will then make its disclosures. We will go on to the hearing, and I'll give more specificity on that when we get to that. After the hearing is completed, council will once again have the opportunity to ask questions of staff, and then we will move from that into our discussion and our motion. So the first thing, Mr. Paulson, we will go to our staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Before you this evening, as Mayor Spector alluded to, we're a plan development application, an architecture and site application, and an environmental impact report for the property located at 90 to 160 Albright Way and 14600 Winchester, which is a 21.5 acre site that the applicant is proposing to replace the current PD and site developments with a new PD and new architecture and site application. The PD overlay designation would allow for the redevelopment of the entire site. The expanded office and R&D space would allow the architecture and site as currently proposed to be developed. The PD overlay is a specially tailored tool to designate the site-specific zoning regulations, set development standards, and establish site guidance. The new PD is looking to establish permitted uses, maximum square footage, which in this case is up to 550,000 square feet, maximum height, which is 65 feet, minimum setbacks is illustrated in the staff report, and minimum parking requirements of one for every 3.3 thousand square feet. Sorry, it's three. Sorry about that. They are looking at one space for every 3.3 thousand square feet, and the maximum lot coverage of 50%. The PD overlay also requires architecture and site approval. And so the applicant has proposed to an architecture site application at the same time as the PD application. The proposed architecture and site application is consistent with the proposed PD. A thorough analysis has been conducted and provided via information to both the Planning Commission who reviewed this as well as the council in the way of the Planning Commission staff report and desk item, as well as the Town Council staff report, addendum, and 2 desk items that you've received thus far. In addition, a draft EIR and final EIR have been prepared, which include mitigation measures that the EIR has determined that all of the potentially significant impacts will be reduced to a less than significant level. The town contracted with Geyer & Geyer to prepare the draft EIR, and they are here this evening to answer any questions relating to the EIR, if necessary. On April 24th, the Planning Commission reviewed the application. The Planning Commission, after their consideration, recommended denial of the application because the majority didn't feel that the proposed project was within the spirit of the plan development ordinance overlay zones, was not compatible with the varied uses that surround the site. They were concerned about the intensity of the use, traffic, and that they thought that one of the reduced intensity alternatives may be more appropriate. Following the Planning Commission hearing a decision, the applicant made some revisions to the plans, some minor revisions, and those are illustrated in attachment 15 of your staff report. And they're roughly outlined as they have slightly rotated building 3 to preserve 2 additional redwoods. They have eliminated the balcony on the 4th floor of building 4. They have placed additional landscaping between Charter Oaks on both fronts, both the east side and the south side that abut Charter Oaks. They have relocated the trash enclosures to the Winchester Boulevard frontage, closer to that frontage, away from the residential uses. They have relocated the mechanical equipment to the roof. Previously, it was located on the ground. And the apparent height via the sunshade of the 4th floor has been reduced from 60 feet to 54.5 feet. The last 2 things, they have added locations for bike racks, and they have also added some additional parking garage screening. They have modified that to change from what was previously deciduous trees to evergreen trees to create a better screening throughout the year. None of these modifications create any new impacts or change any of the secret determinations that were made in the EIR. Additionally, the applicant has offered 2 additional community benefits. One is $550,000 for additional traffic improvements or currently planned traffic improvements in the project vicinity, as well as there is a need to raise the creek trail adjacent to the Charter Oaks, and they have offered to provide the town some of the dirt that may be eventually exported to be used for that trail enhancement. There's a number of topics that need to be addressed. They're listed in the staff report and repeated on this slide, and won't go through those. If anyone has any questions specifically about those, we're here to answer those. The last 4 slides are just the actions, and they're just repeats from the staff report, so I won't go through those. If and when we get to that point, I can pull those up if any council members are interested in seeing those. Staff recommended approval of the project to the Planning Commission because we felt that it fulfilled the goals and policies outlined in the general plan, met a documented need for office space in the town, and it would support local and regional economic and transit opportunities. The PD ordinance and architecture and site application attached to your staff report reflect the applicant's current proposal. They will be available as well to answer any questions the council may have. There are a number of consultants here this evening on behalf of the town, as well as the applicant has brought their consultants as well, and they'll be available to answer any questions. And that concludes staff's report, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Now, council questions of staff. Ms. McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor.
And first, I do want to begin by complimenting staff and the consultants on doing such a thorough job on this. As I started reading through these two piles of material here, which I measured out at 12.5 inches, since everything's about height tonight, I had my yellow pad and I kept track of all the questions, and I just kept reading, and eventually I found most of the answers. So it was all there. I just had to be patient and find it. So I thought you did a great job on a very complex issue. My questions were clarifying on the matrix on attachment 14, which compares town code and what currently is there and what's proposed. Do you have that?
If we get the clerk to turn the slides back on. Sorry, it didn't blow up very well from the original size, but this is the matrix I believe you're speaking about.
Yes, black on white. Black on white would be really good on these slides. I had 3 questions on that. So if you could clarify for me the difference between the proposed PD and proposed ANS, because some of the numbers are different, particularly on setbacks and on maximum building coverage. So can you clarify that?
Sure. The existing, the proposed plan development illustrates the development standards for the site based on the general development parameters. The architecture and site, which is the proposed ANS column, shows what they're actually proposing to construct, which is in conformance with the standards set in the proposed plan development.
So if both the PD and the ANS are approved, then the ANS locks it in and they can't deviate from that, or can they go back and change it later?
If they wanted to deviate from, if an action tonight was to approve the plan development and architecture and site, if they wanted to deviate from that, then it would have to come back to town council for modification of that architecture and site approval. Okay.
And then under the setbacks, there's 2 that references south and east side. And are those the 2 touch points of, I call them touch points of Charter Oaks, the one near where the garage would be and the one near, which is which?
That's correct. So the one near the garage would be the south side, and the east is the one that touches adjacent to building 4. So just south of building, or east of building 4, excuse me.
And then my last question, I'm assuming I just roll right ahead here. Is that okay?
Go right ahead.
There's on the what's currently allowed under current town code, there's an NA. So can you tell me why that's an NA? And
sure, I'm assuming you're talking about the maximum square footage.
Mm-hmm.
This zoning designation doesn't have a FAR like other designations, so there isn't a maximum square footage per se, and nothing in the current PD limits that. They would be limited to the maximum coverage, which is 50%. So you could look at 50% coverage of a 21.5 acre site, roughly 10.8. So it yields at a 1-story approximately 470,000 square feet. And 2 stories would double that to approximately 940. And then if it went to 3 stories under the 35-foot height limit, then that would get up to about 1.4 million square feet.
And then just 2 more questions, and these both have to do with traffic mitigation. So I'll ask you, and then you can figure out. I'll ask you both at the same time. With the traffic improvements that are planned, is the on-street parking on Winchester eliminated? And is it included in the planned traffic improvements, or is it possible to add a U-turn on Lark at University? So that if you are westbound on Lark, you could swing around at University and go eastbound on Lark.
I'll defer to Mr. Rohani.
Yes, Councilmember McNutt, to answer your questions, the parking as a part of the project, and there are 2 projects actually. If this project is approved, this development plus the work that the town is going to be undertaking, improving Winchester-Lark intersection on the east side of Winchester, that parking will be eliminated. To your point about the U-turn at Lark at Winchester, that's a project is under design right now.
Larkin University.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lark University. Yes, that right now that is a U-turn permitted, and that U-turn is accessible. It can be have a U-turn there.
Oh,
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes. No. It
Maybe
is.
we need a sign that says U-turn okay. Okay, good to know. All right, thank you. That's all for right now.
Thank you. Other questions of staff? All right, seeing none.
Mayor.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Currently, there's about 2.7 acres of streets that the town has the easements for. And what will be the what will happen with those streets?
We'll defer to Mr. Rohani again.
As a part of the project, those easement would be abandoned, and right now those are public. They're used for public, and even after the project, they would be abandoned, and it's going to be private roadways because right now the town of Los Gatos provides the maintenance on those roads. But after the project, if approved, those are going to be private roads and will be maintained by the developer.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So who gets to determine that those streets will be abandoned? Is that the town council that gets to decide in closed session, or what is the process?
There is a process. We have a development process. There are applications that the applicant would file an application. Generally, those are done, processed by the staff. The ultimate decision is done by the council.
All right, thank you.
All right, other questions? Seeing none, we will go into, not quite, going to, starting with Mr. Przinski, ask each council member for his or her disclosures. Mr. Przinski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to disclose that I have read so many emails I can't even believe, and they've been very interesting, and they continue right up to the council meeting's start session. In addition to that, I have visited the site of the property that is where the development is going to take place or could take place 3 times, one time with the developer. I have also visited the Charter Oak site 3 times, once with the developer, once with one of the neighbors in the development, and then once again this morning, just to make sure that I was fully cognizant of what's going on. And I have had numerous contacts from individuals who have expressed both perspectives, so I feel like I'm fully cognizant of the issues at hand.
Ms. Jensen?
Madam Mayor, I have also walked the property. I've also walked it, the Charter Oaks side of the property with Ms. Ann Robinson. I've also met with Jack Van Neda of Los Gatos Community Alliance. I've spoken with Mr. Schenk on the telephone regarding the proposal. And I also need to disclose that at my request, Ms. Prop contacted the Fair Political Practices Commission, and I've received a letter through Ms. Prop indicating that I am free to participate in this hearing, and I'd ask the clerk to make that letter a part of the record of tonight's proceedings.
Thank you. In addition to multitude of emails and constant people stopping you on the street, giving you their opinion one way or the other on this project, I have met with Mr. Schenk on the property, in town, off of the property, toured the property several times, met with Ms. Robinson, and also met with representatives of Netflix. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I met with Mr. Schenk, I believe it was back in February, visited the property numerous times. I also read what seems like hundreds of emails, and each and every person's name who signed the petition, and that's where I am.
Ms. McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, I met with the applicant on the site. I've been to the site probably a dozen times in the last 6 months. I've been to the Charter Oaks neighborhood twice. I have met with representative of Netflix. I have been accosted in the grocery store on numerous occasions and had one-on-one conversations with interested residents with all points of view.
Madam Mayor?
Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Mr. Brzezinski.
Yes, my recollection has been triggered by a couple of comments. I also have met with representatives of Netflix. I didn't want to exclude that. I just remembered.
Thank you. Ms. Jensen.
And I neglected to indicate that I also have read each and every email that's been written, which are even more than for the gun shop.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
I also had many conversations in many places about town about the subject.
All right. Now, as you were asking questions, I was counting cards and have come to the following conclusion. There is a tremendous amount, obviously, of interest and desire to give input on this subject. So even though we have a tremendous number of cards, I am going to give every speaker up to 3 minutes, which is our norm. However, having said that, I would ask you, if at all possible, do not use your full 3 minutes. If at all possible, if you know there are others in the audience sharing your view, ask them to raise their hand or stand or read off their names. So I'm going to give the full 3 minutes, but I'm going to call upon you to use your good faith to keep this hearing moving as best we can. Our first speaker will be the applicant. I understand, and I know, it's not that I understand, I know that the applicant has a team, and so the totality of the applicant's team will have 10 minutes for the initial presentation.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Spector and members of the Town Council and staff. My name is John Shank. My address is 700 Emerson Street in Palo Alto. I first would like to thank staff and all of the professionals who have analyzed and commented on this project throughout the process. I'm here to request your approval of our submitted plan development rezoning and ANS application. Your approval will set in motion an important component of the future of Los Gatos. It is your opportunity to create a defining legacy and fulfill many general plan goals. An approval will allow one of Silicon Valley's most prestigious companies to continue to grow and create jobs and others to be attracted here. Residents will have new job opportunities close to their homes. Retails will have new substantial customers. The schools will continue to flourish with additional recurring property tax revenues. Public transportation will be supported, and the town will have a sustainable revenue stream to maintain public services. This is the vision of the majority of residents. The majority of residents would like to see for Los Gatos. We know this because we've asked them. There's a lot of information on the project that you've read and studied, so tonight my comments are focused on the issues that were raised at the Planning Commission hearing and why this is the best plan for the property and the community. As you know, the general plan is a set of policies that work and interrelate with each other, but are not always consistent with each other. The introduction to the general plan says that it is intended to meet multiple and sometimes competing policy values. Competing policies that are not always consistent with each other. The town may not be able to adhere to every policy and every decision that it makes to implement this general plan. The EIR has analyzed this and found that the project as proposed conforms with the general plan, as has town staff. Our project clearly supports the 5 goals of the vision of the general plan, including small town character. Some residents have said that small town character means that the town should not approve buildings that are taller than 35 feet. Small town character, according to the general plan, involves attention to a collection of related issues. Small town character is not a measurement of height. The town needs this Class A office space to better balance the ratio of jobs to housing. It will improve and diversify the types of jobs available. Our site is the only property appropriate to facilitate this important step toward the town becoming a full-service community. The proposed project complements the existing neighborhood. Our plan is 30% less intensive than the Netflix Aventino project because it is near housing and has responded to the community's input that we've received in the numerous public hearings and the years of public outreach. The project will create a corporate campus that will meet Netflix needs and the needs of other companies who are growing in Los Gatos, as well as those who desire to locate here. The buildings will meet these needs because of their floor plate sizes and because they are in 4 stories. The 550,000 square feet the project will provide gives companies room to expand, which benefits the town because companies will be attracted to town, knowing that they have opportunities to continue to grow and stay as they become successful. Since 1963, our neighborhood has been designated by the general plan and the zoning maps as the significant commercial industrial job engine for the town. The neighborhood has large commercial uses in the El Gato Business Park, Netflix Aventino, Courtside, the County Fire Department building, the PG&E substation, and other buildings all along Winchester Boulevard. Charter Oaks was built with a PD overlay because it was a part of the CM zoning. Developing the site as a corporate campus using the PD zone and the configuration shown in our INS plans will protect the adjacent residential by buffering them from the freeway, Winchester, and train noise, significantly increasing the setbacks compared to those allowed in the existing zoning as well as the underlying zoning, and increasing by 28% the private open space from 6.3 acres to a total of 8.1 acres, or 38% of the site, and dramatically limiting the uses that are allowed on the property. There's been a lot of discussion around alternatives and compromise, but let me be clear about why those suggestions don't work. If the height of the buildings were reduced, you'd be asking for an office product to be built like it was in the 1960s to 1990s. Class A campuses are not built in lower configurations in the 21st century. The reason is that the larger, taller buildings are far more efficient and conducive to collaboration, which is critical to success. An objective of the project is to provide open space, to be a campus in a park. Reducing the height of the buildings and spreading them out over in lower structures would drastically diminish the open space. The current zoning would certainly allow that to happen, but it would be more impactful on Charter Oaks and a less successful project. Also, making the project smaller would make it more like the existing office buildings that are in town and less attractive to the very companies we believe Los Gatos would benefit from retaining and attracting: successful, visionary companies. In addition, we would not develop the site with less square feet because the reinvestment wouldn't be justified. Instead, our options would be to lease the existing buildings as the Class C buildings that they are and compete with the product in South Campbell, South San Jose. We could seek a restaurant, distribution center, or other alternative allowed by the current PD zoning, or try a different use such as affordable housing. In response to comments that we've heard, we re-examined the site. Mr. Paulson highlighted these, and I can go into them later if you'd like. But we worked to provide further screening to the site and Charter Oaks. The landscape plan along the property line has been enhanced. We also made modifications to address noise and privacy concerns that also increase the landscape and open space. As the town's consulting architect, Larry Cannon, stated, the buildings are excellent in their design. He also states that the defining height element of the proposed buildings will be the projecting sunscreen at the ceiling line of the top floor, which is about 55 feet. By supporting and fulfilling numerous general plan goals, the project itself is a very significant community benefit. The reinvestment of more than $250 million will benefit the neighbors and community for decades to come. It will allow more green and sustainable buildings to be built. It will generate jobs and substantial property tax revenues. While there are no project impacts, we are contributing $550,000 that may be used to help fund operational improvements. Our project will install the infrastructure that will give the town a tool to adjust signal timing to make the flow of vehicles even more efficient. Additionally, we will assist the town in its creek trail improvements to try to avoid flooding. To summarize, our economy and the Silicon Valley Class A companies have evolved over the 38 years since the existing PD zoning was approved. PD zoning was the proper mechanism to allow Los Gatos to attract the best jobs in the valley 38 years ago in concrete tilt-ups, and it's the best mechanism today to allow Los Gatos to attract the best jobs in the valley in Class A offices. The town's ability to attract and retain quality employers like Netflix is directly linked to the types of spaces available in the town. After a thoughtful and comprehensive review of our application, we respectfully request your approval of the application before you. Let me introduce Margot Bradish, who is a land use expert and attorney, to go over a few points for you as well.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Margot Bradish with Cox, Castle, and Nicholson. While you are certainly ably represented on your own council and with your town council and outside council here today, I wanted to take the opportunity to quickly address two legal points that have been much discussed, and I'm sure you'll be hearing about again tonight: general plan consistency and trip generation. With respect to general plan consistency, I'm sure you've all heard the term that your general plan is the constitution for development within the town. Like our federal constitution, each of its policies is important, but sometimes they're in conflict or in tension with one another. You are charged with the difficult task of balancing those competing policies and making determinations of consistency with the general plan. The courts will give great deference to your legislative exercise of that discretion. You have clear legal authority in this circumstance to exercise that discretion to find this project consistent with the general plan. The general plan explicitly authorizes the use of the plan development zone to deviate from development standards where you find the project as a whole to be consistent with the overall general plan policies. It is therefore within your discretion to determine this project to be consistent with the policies that have been elaborated, the light rail element, the economic objectives, and even small town character. The project opponents would have you believe that anything over 35 feet is per se inconsistent with the general plan. That language is not found in your general plan, and absent an amendment, it's within your discretion to find the project to be consistent. With respect to trip generation, the ITE trip generation manual is the leading manual that has historically been used by the town and the region to estimate trip generation from projects in the region. The project opponents have raised anecdotes of projects that have purportedly higher employee densities than other projects might in other areas. I would counsel you to be cautious in relying on anecdotes to do your transportation planning within the town. For every anecdote of a high employee generation, Hexagon Transportation, who's here tonight and happy to answer your questions, could give you examples of actual trip counts they've taken at high-tech companies with lower trip generation rates.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant? Ms. McNutt.
Thank you, Mayor. I have four. Shall I do all four in a string?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Shank, I wanted to talk about the proposed phasing of the project, and in particular the landscape phasing, because I got a little muddled when I was reading the Planning Commission transcript as to how it would go, and in particular the number of trees. I think in the staff report somewhere it says there are 500 and some on the site. Some come out, some come in. You end up with 900 and some on the site. But then I think in the Planning Commission meeting, 600 and some was a number that was mentioned. So can you walk me through phasing of the building, and more importantly, what I'm really after is the landscaping of what happens when, and tree count when you end up?
Perfect. I can. What I'd like to do is invite the landscape architect to talk about some of those specifics, if that's all right with you. Is that okay?
Yes, to respond to Ms. McNutt's questions.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I don't know if you want that. Sure. Okay. You might just point to.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rich Sharp, principal with Studio 5 Design Landscape Architects out of San Anselmo, California. Specifically to your question on the phasing, first two buildings are coming in. There's an existing drive aisle that moves through the project here that's being maintained. So with the new landscape install, all of the perimeter landscape coming down along the creek and the screening associated with Charter Oaks on both edges of the property here would be put in as part of phase one. With respect to tree removal, let me pull a count up to be exact, but the total trees to be removed for the full build-out on the project are, give me one second. Yeah. So we're removing 311 trees out of 579 for the total build-out. 255 trees are remaining. We're transplanting 13 trees, and I can give you specifics on the species of those transplants. And the new planting that's going in would be 666 trees. And that's due to the tree replacement counts that the city mandates, depending on the canopy size of the tree that is being removed and the species.
The total is the number she asked.
So 930, thanks, Johnny. 934 trees in total are the trees that will be on the site, including remaining trees plus transplanted trees. And for the phase one, just to give you a little bit of finer grain detail, we did a little study on that today as well. Second here. We are removing 172 trees only as part of the phase one plan.
So everything that's not involved in phase one in terms of landscaping and existing buildings stays?
Correct.
And then what is phase two and phase three and phase four, or however many phases you have?
You want to speak to the phasing?
Yeah, let me steal the thing here. Our thought today is, as you can see in the plan, the phase one includes the full entry over the two buildings. It goes around the existing building 100 and includes this parking area. Phase two, we believe, is going to include building 3 and the parking structure. And we don't know if phase two would be inclusive of buildings 3 and 4 plus the parking structure. There may be a phase 3, which would be building 4. Those are dependent upon some of the existing tenants in the lease terms and what happens with those in terms of the timing. Our goal would be to get to those buildings and build the new ones as soon as we're able, but there are existing leases on those buildings.
Okay. Question 2 is on the interface with the Creek Trail, and there were some questions at Planning Commission regarding that. And when I was looking at one of the views, which I wrote in my notes as view 9, but I have no idea of where it is in this paperwork, it looked like there was a fence, like there was a berm and then a fence on top of it separating the property from the creek trails. And as I said, I think Planning Commission had several questions regarding how high the berm was in vegetation, and I was unclear on that. So can you go through that with me again,
Absolutely.
please?
I will ask Mr. Sharp to come up again. That's his design here.
So along the creek trail, the berm, essentially we have 18 feet from back of curb to property line. There are some existing oaks and existing sycamores along that. Those sit roughly 16 feet off the back of curb. So in the vicinity of existing trees, we would be able to mound a total of 30 inches in height so that we could drop back down and not impact root zone. In areas where there are no existing trees, we would be installing new trees, which we're looking at sycamore, racemosa, California sycamore, and alders that we think would complement the creekside appearance. And in that case, we'd have a mound at 30 inches tall because we'd have full 18 feet of dimension to work with. So that would put the mound above car headlight elevation. And then on top of that, we're planting, it's a zone 3 planting for us, is how we refer to it. So we have a substantial amount of natives that are in that mix, Ceanothus, manzanita as the 2 major native shrubs that would be along there. Those reach a 3 to 4 or 5 foot height at maturity. So we'd have about 6 foot of screening in total based on earthwork and plant material, as well as a full palette of trees in there. No fence.
No fence, okay.
Ms. McNutt?
Third question.
Yes.
If this was being proposed by a company, like we read about in others, like a Facebook, where they have purchased the land or Google, they purchased the land and they want to build the buildings. Usually the municipality gets into conversations about transportation demand management plans and tries to work into conditions of approval something that encourages traffic, reduces traffic coming to the site and through carpooling, busing, or whatever. Since the tenants are not the property owner, is there a way that you can work that into your leases to give us that same kind of confidence as if we were working directly with the companies?
It's a good question. I think as you asked that, my understanding, it is very typical for that to happen. It's typical that those are put into place to mitigate traffic impacts that are being created by the project. We don't have the impacts, and for that reason, the EIR hasn't identified transportation demand management measures be incorporated as a requirement. We nevertheless have, just to kind of highlight real quick, we have incorporated the showers on the ground floor, the improvement of the bus stop out in front, the facilitating of the pedestrian and bike paths, the bike parking, et cetera. Nevertheless, we know, I think through testimony at the Planning Commission, and we certainly know through our practice, that Netflix has incorporated and practices a pretty robust TDM for itself today on the buildings that it does occupy. They are here. I've asked them. They intend to do the same for the buildings that they lease. They, as we all know, they've leased building 1, so long as we can build it in a timely fashion for them. And having them agree to that is not an issue. And we could and would, if it was the desire of the council, agree to work with our future tenants to create. Different tenants have different desires, different tenant bases, different kinds of TDM. So that's where the difficulty is to say we will have them all do shuttles or something. But we could certainly commit to having a TDM program in place for each of the tenants that they work at with town staff when those leases come.
Okay.
Ms. McNutt?
Thank you. And possibly my last question. When you were making your original presentation, you talked about you want this to be a campus and a park. And I'm looking at the parking garage, and I'm looking at the amount of surface parking, which I understand has a lot of trees and so on. It still seems like a lot of surface parking. And I wondered if you had examined the possibility of adding an additional floor to the garage, not on the top but underneath, so that you would get another 250 or 300 cars off of the surface parking. And that would also give you some more room to maybe swing it a little bit more away from the south. Is that at all feasible?
Yeah, it certainly in thinking of planning, it's feasible. I'm asking Ms. Forbes to come up real quick to speak to some of the challenges and the issues that are related to earthwork, given some of the new standards that are out there related to air quality, greenhouse gases, and some of these other kinds of things.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Laura Worthington Forbes. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates. And we did indeed look at some of the alternatives as to creating underground parking. But part of the challenge with that is we're looking at trying to establish a project that includes the sustainability components that achieve the town's general plan. When you look at undergrounding parking, we create additional earthwork in pretty substantial volumes. That earthwork in turn creates additional air quality impacts, additional greenhouse gas emissions, and those emissions are also associated with the amount of off-haul that trucks have to utilize when taking dirt away from the site. So when we're trying to look at the in total amount of achievable sustainability elements, undergrounding is not one of those that is most sustainable.
Ms. McNutt?
I'll think about that one. I'm done. Thank you.
Ms. Jensen?
I think I also have about 4. And I think they're all for you, Mr. Schenk. The first one is regarding plan development. When the Planning Commission looked at this last month, one of the bases, I think, for the recommendation of denial was that there was some indication that commissioners did not believe that what you were proposing was in keeping with the plan development ordinance for the town of Los Gatos. And if you'll indulge me, I'll just read it. Part of it, the code says, the purpose of the PD or plan development overlay zone is to provide for alternative uses and developments more consistent with site characteristics than are allowed in other zones, and so create an optimum quantity and use of open space and encourage good design. So I listened to your presentation, but given that office uses are allowed in the zone, I'm just curious as to how you're optimizing open space, giving us an alternative use, or otherwise conforming with our code for plan developments.
Sure. I think it's a bit of a loaded question. So if I miss anything, catch me when I say I'm done, and I'm happy to go back. Related to the open space, I think some of the numbers, and then I can kind of point to the screen here for a minute. But in ending with a plan, as our ANS does, that says, or that shows 38% of the 38% of the site is open space. That is very significant relative to what current zoning allows. The idea that the buildings themselves sit on, what would it be, about 3.5 acres of the site in terms of coverage. Our site coverage, I think, is below 25%. What's allowed is 50%. It's a doubling of what will be felt as the open space, and preserving more trees, how long the view is from anywhere within the site or from without the site looking in, through more trees between buildings rather than being covered with buildings, as is allowed under the current zoning. So the PD zoning is far more restrictive because it's providing the setbacks in the open space. You asked about something other than open space, but...
That's fine. You answered my question. My next question goes to an argument that you didn't make this evening, but you've made in the past with respect to the project, which is fiscal impacts on the town, and you submitted to the Planning Commission a fiscal impact report. So I'm curious, given that our staff report and the fiscal impact report indicates that at build-out, the cost to the town for services to the project would be $154,600, and at build out, quote unquote, of the project, which is, I'm assuming, all phases.
That's correct.
It results in a greater revenue to the town. And also at the Planning Commission, I think you indicated in response to a question from one of the commissioners that, well, if you got to the point where you'd done phase 1 and 2 and you didn't have leasing for the rest of it, you could stop. So I'm trying to understand what the real fiscal impact could be if you were to stop before you completed build out.
Understand. Unfortunately, I don't have a number, and we didn't have an analysis done that went phase by phase. It is my understanding of how the analysis done and how these projects generally perform from a financial perspective is it would be accretive to the town, whether it was 1 phase, 2, 3, or at full build out. We looked at full build out. I think as each building is built, if we just did phase 1 and we remove 7 existing buildings and turn them into 2 new buildings, they would be safer. They would be, require less police and fire services, et cetera, than the current. Certainly removing the publicly maintained roads off of the city's ledger onto our ledger is another thing that happens immediately and that would help on the fiscal side. But I don't have numbers for you along the way, but I believe that there is not a point where it would be a negative for the town that would flip to a positive only at full build out.
2 more questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
The first one is regarding community benefit. It's dirt for the trail. And as I understood Mr. Paulson, and if you were listening to him, what I heard him to say is that when you were completing cut and fill for your project or grading, that you were going to off-haul dirt and that was going to go to the creek. Am I understanding that correctly, such that in order to complete the project, if approved, you would be off-hauling dirt, but you're just going to haul that to the creek instead of to wherever else you might haul it? I'm just trying to understand
I
if
think
that's
that's
right.
mostly correct.
Okay.
Yes, and what we're saying is the project itself hasn't been fully vetted and designed and approved by the town and the water district. We've shared we want to participate in that, and instead of importing fill, to the degree we can do that alongside of you, we can provide the fill. We wouldn't dump it and leave a problem for the town if that's where you were headed, but we don't know what the project is yet.
And my final question, you spent a lot of time tonight explaining to the council why the environmentally superior alternative, otherwise known as the reduced square footage alternative, would not work for you. And I know you said to the Planning Commission at the conclusion of the meeting that you did not want to consider that at the time. Am I to understand, based on your comments tonight, that you are not willing to engage in a compromise or look at a reduced intensity or density project?
I would say that my understanding of what I was being asked at the Planning Commission was to engage in a discussion around the idea of the 35-350 or something that was totally different from our project, would not serve the same needs, not accomplish the same goals. To that degree, I can't go to a different project, if you will. If there's ideas around, hey, we could move a building here, add trees there, do some other things that don't change the fundamental premise of our application, I'd be happy to talk about those things.
And just to follow up on that, what I just understood you to say, and I just want to make sure, is that to the extent that you shift a building or plant another tree, you would consider that, but to the extent that the direction is 350,000 square feet, 35 feet high, you're not willing to consider that.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Other council members? Mr. Brzezinski.
Thank you. Since this has been surfaced, I'm curious about the 35-foot height. There has been conversation about 3-story, 35-foot. What height does 35-foot allow in terms of number of floors?
For Class A office, it would be 2 floors.
Okay, and what would be standard height for 3 floors?
3 floors would be, kind of depends on what we're measuring again, is in terms of all-in height or kind of what the industry would think of as height. It's about 15 feet per floor is a good rule of thumb for the space that people work in, and then the interstitial space, or everything above the ceiling and below the floor that's above, the structure, the HVAC, and the air. It's about 15 feet from floor to floor is a good rule of thumb.
Okay, and is that standard?
It is.
That you would use?
For a Class A kind of office, yes.
All right. And you did talk at some length to explain how contemporary Class A needs to be configured. And there's been other testimony given by members of our public in front of the Planning Commission indicating that a difference of opinion. Could you be more explicit in what you're talking about and how that is validated by the proposals that you're making?
In terms of to me, there's the 2 metrics, which are the floor plate sizes and the total building square footage. Is that what you're asking? Thank you. Yes, the floor plate sizes have, I would say the industry experts have all zeroed in on a square footage of a floor plate. A floor plate's the footprint of the building being between 35 and probably low 40,000 square feet in terms of that's the optimal dimension. In terms of total building square footage, what we're seeing in the industry over the last years has been at least, a 4-story is a low building. Most buildings that are being built and leased are between 5 and 8 stories of similar floor plate sizes. In some cases, those particular developments, some people have said, but that project was 300,000 square feet. The issue is in that project's neighborhood, there were 5 million square feet of the same kinds of space. So one thing that's the opportunity and what we're hoping for here is the ability to create a neighborhood, an area for these tech companies to stay and thrive. But it needs a critical mass of space for them to be able to do so. Just as Netflix has grown here and moved into the Sobrato Gateway buildings into 80,000 feet, then 160, and now is out of space. The buildings are deficient. Not to say the Sobrato buildings are deficient, but all the other spaces just don't meet the needs. And even thinking of the Sobrato buildings, the reason that years ago that Netflix added a bridge between the two floors was trying to create what wasn't there, which was a 160,000 square foot building, trying to create the connectivity, trying to create the spaces that people now require. Does that help? And then in terms of total square footage, that's where I think companies would prefer more square feet in a building. What we've proposed, we believe, and we've been told many times that we're right, meets the needs of the companies. To be 140,000 feet per building is about a minimum from there that would be attractive to them.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions? Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Are there, besides Netflix and their intent to lease the first building, any other potential tenants out there that have approached you for space at this time?
Yes. We haven't marketed yet, just to give you a full answer. We haven't marketed it at all. We don't have anything to market yet, but people have certainly noticed that the applications are out there. Some companies have looked at the plans, found the buildings very attractive. Certainly the location and being in the town would be attractive to them, and have reached out to us, but it hasn't gone further than that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Schenk.
Thank you
We will
very
now turn to the public. Again, you have 3 minutes each, and I encourage less. I will give you 2 names so that the second person can be prepared to speak. First one is Janet Earhart, who will be followed by Andy Wu. And if you are in the outside of this room in the back and your name is called, if you can please move up to the front. Ms. Earhart.
Yes, I'm Janet Earhart. I live on Filmer in Los Gatos, 21-year resident of Los Gatos, a 48-year resident of the South Bay. And I moved to Los Gatos because of its small town environment. And I do feel that the general plan does speak to that. I was formerly a planning commissioner in Saratoga, and I'm very familiar with the role that the general plan plays. It is a constitution for the development, the foundation upon which all land use decisions are to be based, and that's the verbiage that's stated on page 1 of the introduction to the 2020 general plan. We just passed that, 3 years ago? And it's to go out to 2020, and already we're asking for a big deviation from that. To be considered consistent with the general plan, a project must not only be consistent with the land use plan, but it must also further the goals of all elements of the general plan. Excuse me, I'm nervous. The general plan should be, according to the California Government Code, should be comprehensive, internally consistent, and long-term. Again, that's why it's called the 2020 plan. The vision statement of the general plan states that what makes Los Gatos special is its small town atmosphere. The residents may disagree over specific issues, but we share a common vision of the future of Los Gatos. We are adamant in our desire to maintain a high quality of life and preserve the character of the town. The overall community consensus is that Los Gatos should foster a pedestrian-oriented community with a small town character. Los Gatos is truly a special place, and we want to protect our community from the increasing development pressures of the region. Residents expect all new development to fit into the fabric of the community and expect the new businesses will enhance our high quality of life. We hold proposed development projects to a higher standard because what is approved in other communities may not be acceptable in Los Gatos. New development must keep pace with the community's needs and must reflect the community's values. Extreme care is used in approving all new development applications. The impacts of new development are evaluated in light of the development's overall benefit to the community. In addition, the benefit of new development is measured against the ability of the proposed development and its architectural style to harmonize with existing development, while minimizing impacts on existing residential neighborhoods and infrastructure. So I'll jump to the end. I feel that buildings that are 35 feet high and 350,000 square feet do fit within the general plan. Those that are 65 and 565 feet high and 550,000 square feet would violate the general plan and are inconsistent with our small town character, and I think it would set a dangerous precedent were it to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Andy Wu, followed by Laura Saunders.
Is this the 1 minute mark? The yellow light? Yes. It is. Mayor Spector, members of the council. I'm Andy Wu. I live on College Hill. I'm probably the neighbor with the biggest mouth on the hill. I want to give others an opportunity to speak on statistical matters, general guideline principles. I want to put this in a historical context. I recently discovered the benefits of streaming, but not on Netflix. I'm a Comcast subscriber. I just finished watching a series called The Vikings on the History Channel. It's a period piece set in the 8th century where the main protagonist is a historical character by the name of Ragnar Lothbrok. And typical of Vikings of his period, 793 AD, the Vikings relied on pillaging and raiding as their primary source of economic growth. They would raid along the coastal and riverine towns along the Baltic and the North Sea, far away from their own homesteads, but never in their own homes. Rarely would they ever raid other free settlements of Vikings, and that only occurred when they were fighting other tribes of Vikings. Later in his life, Ragnar Lothbrok, his raiding skills became so well known that all he had to do was take his warband up a river to a foreign settlement and demand that the villagers give them half their golden treasure, and they would give them half his golden treasure. Well, he would go upriver and do this all along his whole path, and on the way back to the sea, he would stop along those same villages and demand the other half. When the village elders complained and voiced their protestations, his reply was, well, that money that you paid me was for going upriver. Now I'm going downriver, whereupon he would take the rest of their treasure. I see a lot of Vikings here tonight, and I don't think they're wearing purple, nor are they Minnesota football fans. The issue before this council today, you are elected, learned leaders, is whether we're going to pay tribute to the barbarians at the gates. Is this town going to be pillaged and sacked? There's another story that I was watching sort of concurrently. You might have heard of it. It's called The Bible. It was based upon a best-selling book by the same name. The screenplay, if you skip to the end of the book, tells a story about a young Nazarene preacher and his 12 loyal band of followers who go from town to town in the Levant with nothing but the clothes on their backs, the sandals on their feet, their meager possessions, having given up all their worldly possessions. And that is, they went preaching God's message of peace and goodwill. That is, until they reached Jerusalem. Shortly after arriving in Jerusalem, the young Nazarene was betrayed by one of his own.
Mr. Wu, thank you.
I think I get 6 more seconds there.
Laura Saunders, followed by Maria Aristo.
Hello, I'm Laura Saunders, and I have lived in Los Gatos for almost 8 years. And although I feel for the residents who are not happy with this, I believe that if we are to approve this evening, it's only going to benefit the town of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Aristo, followed by Mark Bridley.
Hi, my name is Maria Risto, and I live at 85 Broadway. My husband and I moved to Los Gatos from Chicago in 1987, and we don't ever intend to leave. Our children attend Fisher Middle School and Los Gatos High School. Prior to that, they attended the Los Gatos Parent Nursery School and St. Mary's Elementary School. I've been involved inside and outside the classrooms for the past 13 years. I've worked on auctions, book fairs, and phone banks. I know how hard we all work to raise and keep money for our schools. It's one of the things that makes this community so special. But there are other things that also make Los Gatos special, and I'm here tonight to ask you to defend that. We have a general plan and building guidelines that limit the height of structures in our town and which highlight the preservation of the hillside views. While there can be reasons to grant exceptions to certain restrictions, your approval of this project would set a serious precedent, taking away something that cannot be restored. I am opposed to this project as presented, and I agree with the Planning Commission decision 2 weeks ago that a compromise can be reached. The developer refused to compromise, pushing for 4 four-story buildings, each at 65 feet. This requires a huge exception to the general plan, which was just revised in 2010, and it should be the guiding document in planning for our town. Albright can and will be developed. Mr. Schenk has come to Los Gatos and is now expecting that we change our rules for him. I think we could lose more than we will gain if we allow him to dictate what gets built in our town. My experience is that the more people learn about this project, the more they support a compromise. This is not an all or nothing issue. Please send this project back to the Planning Commission so we can finally get this office park right for Los Gatos. Approving this project as it stands will not only allow buildings that are not in character with our special town, but it will send a message to all future developers that our general plan is just a piece of paper. Please do not give away something we can never get back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Brisley, followed by Richard Minter.
I've been a resident of Charter Oak Circle for over 30 years. Moved here from Marina Del Rey and was very sick and tired of all the traffic. Now we're about to take and inundate us one more time. I was a senior project manager with some of the largest construction companies here in the Bay Area, having built in a lot of Intel, Applied Materials, Coherent. I've seen construction projects. And I was amazed tonight to take a look around the audience and see a lot of my brethren from the unions that have been able to be brought here tonight to take and influence the members of this committee. And I want to thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Richard, looks like Minter, followed by John Nelson. Sorry, it's Richard Minter, followed by John Nelson.
Thank you. My name is Richard Meinert. I live at 255 University Avenue in Los Gatos. Is that the card that you're looking at? Thank you. I'm an architect living in Los Gatos with a national and international client base. And I also have visited this site and believe that the project before us does express strong community values that are inherent to the town and are consistent with the documents that guide town development. The applicant, I think, has demonstrated exceptional quality of design in the buildings, siting of the structures, and quality of the landscape design. However, none of the people speaking to date in the Planning Commission or City Council have adequately addressed how the 900+ trees on the site for the ultimate development screen views of the buildings. And the reality is that despite all of the fearful opinions expressed by Charter Oaks and some people's fairly amateurish attempts at visual forecasting, in Planning Commission hearings, in reality, because of the density of the trees on the site that would be both existed and planting, the reality is that the buildings would be barely visible. I know that the architects have gone to great lengths to provide us with views of buildings that they've spent a lot of time developing in providing a lot of means of sort of breaking up the mass of the buildings, providing visual interest, providing sunscreens that are extremely energy efficient in terms of how the buildings operate. And in that sense, I mean, the buildings, of course, are wonderful. But despite that, I think we ought to have a little bit more discussion from the landscape architect about how all of this tree planting would screen the site a good deal more than I think Charter Oaks residents realize, and also screen the site more than most of the people in the town realize. In addition, my experience with traffic planners is that largely we find that the forecasts of trips which indicate traffic density are somewhat conservative, and that our findings in past years have been that
Thank you, sir.
it's overstated by 15 or 20%.
You got it.
Thank you.
John Nelson, followed by Christine Miner.
Mayor, Council, my name is John Nelson, and I head up the capital markets real estate financing team to provide development financing for this project on behalf of the applicant. And I just wanted to tell you at this point, we have and continue to have substantial interest in financing this project from a substantial number of major capital sources throughout this country. And the reason why we have this is because there's a window of opportunity that exists. I've been in the capital markets now for close to 35 years, and I would rarely say that I've seen this type of window of opportunity. The window of opportunity exists for many reasons. Number one, you've got a sponsor, applicant, developer that is extremely capable, and a financial equity partner involved in this project that is global in nature, that has invested a substantial amount of capital, that is attracted financing in and of itself. There's a window of opportunity here because you've got a dynamic and vibrant market in Silicon Valley and in the West Valley, and specifically Los Gatos, that exists today. There's a window of opportunity here because you've got an excellent tenant in the name of a Netflix that is here. And it's a substantial opportunity because this financial market that we're in is one of the best that I have seen in a long time, including the availability of funds, low interest rates, and extremely favorable terms. I just wanted all of you in the town of Los Gatos to know this favorable situation exists today. It could exist tomorrow or next year, but we're here and we're now, and this is, in my opinion, everything's aligned for an extremely successful project that I wanted you to recognize. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Meinert, and then Barbara Dotson.
Hi, my name is Christine. Everybody's here is talking about pros and cons about this project, but I wanted to talk about details of what this money could do for the school. I've been a Los Gatos resident for 15 years. I have two daughters that attend Days Avenue Elementary. There's a lot of ways that the schools can use the money, but I will bring the worst one from my own experience. My daughter was sitting on the grass with her friend, and 5 kids ran up to him and chased him around. They ran around the back where the recess, the play area, running, screaming for help. There was the friend that they were with got held down by their hands, punched and kicked in the back. My daughter was able to defend herself and nothing happened to my daughter. And when the principal and teacher told me what happened on campus, my first question was, where was the staff? Where were the teachers when the kids were screaming and running for help? He told me that at recess time for the first graders, second grade, and third graders that go to recess at the same time, they rely on parent volunteers. At that day, there was only one parent volunteer for all of the first, second, third graders for recess. And I just can't believe that, you know, the more money that we could bring to the school, they could pay for, you know, staff people out at recess. They could pay for additional stuff. I mean, they know what they could do with the money, but that's, you know, with my experience. if you vote no on this project, what is your plan to bring that much money into the school? You can't just vote no and have no plan to bring more money into the school. This is a good opportunity for our community, our businesses, our school. And, you know, a lot of the issues I hear are, you know, traffic, height issues. But is that really more important than our kids' safety and education? I mean, you kind of have to look at the whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Dodson and then Gary Filizzetti.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Dotson, and I live on Marchmont Drive in Los Gatos. I am not opposed to new office construction at the site being proposed, but I am opposed to the current building plan. The height and density of the planned construction goes against a key objective of our town's general plan, which is to preserve the small-town character of Los Gatos. I am also concerned about the traffic that these new buildings will generate. The town's general plan was put together in a thoughtful manner with the goal of preserving the small-town character of Los Gatos. This is what made so many of us move to this town. When the town goes against its own stated policies by allowing exceptions as are being considered here, it chips away at the small-town feeling of our community. Over time, the small-town feeling that we all love will no longer exist if decision after decision is made counter to what was envisioned in the plan. The projected development is planned for an area that the general plan designates as light industrial. The town plan specifically states that in an area with a light industrial land use designation, intensity is limited to land coverage of 50% and height is limited to 35 feet. A developer purchasing this property should be familiar with these restrictions and should conform to town requirements. I do recognize that the town needs to generate revenues. However, the town plan also states that broadening the tax base shall never be the sole reason for allowing new commercial development or approving a change in a commercial land use. A smaller development that conforms to the town plan requirements will still generate revenues without moving our town toward a Cupertino-style community. The town plan also states that when residents cross over Highway 85, they see the beautiful town of Los Gatos nestled at the base of the Santa Cruz Mountains. If these tall buildings are constructed, this beautiful view from Highway 85 will become a view of Cupertino-style office space. I do not want people to think of our town as just another commercial area full of dense office construction. On the traffic issue, although I do not live in the area that would be most affected, I do frequently use the Winchester-Lark intersection. I have personally experienced long waits at the successive traffic lights going south on Winchester, leading to the intersection. The project description does not offer a clear idea of how much new traffic will be created by the development. I am concerned that these office buildings will generate traffic that the surrounding streets simply will not be able to accommodate. I, along with lots of others, will be stuck in even more traffic jams in what was once a lovely small town. For these reasons, I hope council will ask the developer to design office space that conforms to our town's general plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Filizzetti, followed by Tom Albanese.
Thank you, Council. Yeah, I'm Gary Filizzetti. I live at 310 Almendra. I'm a resident and homeowner of Los Gatos. I also work for DevCon Construction, and I just wanted to reemphasize a little bit that the projects that we're building today for Yahoo, for Samsung, for LinkedIn are all they're taller than 2- and 3-story buildings. They are 4-, 5-, and sometimes 6-story buildings. That's the way the technology industry is going today as far as building. I do support the project. I do think Netflix is a type of business that will benefit Los Gatos. And I moved to Los Gatos only a year ago because I do like the small town atmosphere, but I also do like the ability for us to help pay for schools. I think the businesses that are here in Los Gatos will benefit from the businesses that are here from Netflix. I also think that it's a smart growth, and I'm not going to take too much time, but we just want to throw my support for the project, and also that my experience at building campuses for other high-tech industries this project is designed and in line with what we're building in other cities today. Thanks.
Thank you. Tom Albanese, and then David Rossi.
Good evening. Tom Albanese, live on Wilder Avenue,
been part of Los Gatos for over 60 years. And anyway, I'm the main proprietor and owner of Campo de Bocce down there on University Avenue. I don't know who was involved in the general plan back in the 60s. It wasn't John Lochner, I don't think, but at any rate, that was a vision to have that site designated as a corporate type of an environment long before Highway 85 came through there. And so whoever had that vision, that was a perfect place to manage traffic and kind of the foresight. Anyway, we definitely want to keep Netflix here. They're a major provider of sales tax, over $2 million from what I understand. They're being highly touted by other brokerage, other developers to get them out of here and move them into Santa Clara, move them into Cupertino, because they have a lot of vacant space out there, and they're building more. And so we don't want to lose them. I mentioned sales tax. Sales tax is the main driver, as we all know, of any city, town. If we don't have sales tax, we can't provide school services, police, fire, let alone fix all the sidewalks that haven't been fixed in several years. So sales tax to me is a key thing. Netflix people, I know they come in our place very often. They do their corporate team building. I know that a lot of them have resided in Los Gatos. I see clothes hanging in their cars. They go to the cleaners. They get gas. They use our services. They provide sales tax, which is a much needed revenue source for the town of Los Gatos. And I would strongly support their move and their expansion in Los Gatos just for that fact, to provide even for the kids at these schools so they have proper care, so they're not out running around. So, and the police to react fast, and fire department. That's what we're providing here, sales tax. That's what we're talking about, revenue. So, thank you.
Thank you. David Rossi and then Kent Hillhauser, or Hillhouse.
Hi, thank you. I've lived on the trail for over 13 years, and I drive and have been a member of Courtside since 1996. I personally will be greatly affected by this project, and I welcome the support. I welcome and support this project wholeheartedly. The location of this project runs next to a PG&E substation, a freeway off-ramp and on-ramp, a freeway and a rail spur. And one of the things I've noticed when I've run across that path is mattresses in some of those old buildings, couches, pallet jacks, forklifts, sometimes people on the weekends, probably employees that stock those warehouses. This is a location that needs Class A office space. On top of that, the city of Los Gatos should show homage to one of their own. Netflix was incubated in Los Gatos. They had an office on University Avenue. My company took that office space after they left as they grew. And Los Gatos needs to support one of their own. It was incubated and became a global brand right here in Los Gatos. Now, if you're going to have an office building in Los Gatos, then Los Gatos needs to send a message to the community and to the Silicon Valley that we will allow an office space, and one that will work, one that will be what an office space needs to be, and that's 65 feet. And guess what? Let's support it with one of our own. Let's put it next to a railroad spur, and next to a freeway off-ramp, and next to a substation, and alongside the freeway. And let's make it the most exemplary building Los Gatos has ever seen. And that's the message Los Gatos needs to send to Silicon Valley, is they're open for business, for responsible developers with responsible tenants in a responsible location that allows for some level of intensification for good use. The council should definitely support and vote for this project.
Thank you. Kent Hillhouse and then Larry Arzi.
Thank you, Mayor, council people, personnel. I live at 17,000 Weaver Road. That's above Lexington Reservoir. My kids went to school here in Los Gatos back in the 70s and 80s, and we've been here for a long time. When I drive through the project that isn't under discussion right now, I see a dilapidated 30-year-old bunch of buildings there that don't seem to serve much of a purpose anymore, and definitely don't draw any revenue for the city here. And then when I hear what is planned for that we're here to discuss tonight, the Netflix campus, I see something that's added beautification to our city and also revenue. And I think we have a safe city. We have police and fire people who are paid well. We need to get more money to our schools, and I support the Netflix campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Arzi, followed by Deborah Chin.
Excuse me. Larry Arzi, Los Gatos, California. First of all, we're all aware this is not a Netflix project. This is a builder-developers project. You know, thinking back a decade ago, we clearly did not want to see this section of our town packed with cars created from '85. We were so adamant about this that we petitioned the state of California not to put in southerly ramps onto Winchester. My, isn't it amazing how a decade passes and we attempt to undermine what we knew then to be the right thing to do? Until these ramps are installed, I suggest you consider putting further restrictions on density in this section of town. Where will the 50 or so cars go from Courtside who park on the east side of Winchester? You will be putting Courtside at financial risk without allowing street parking. Not much has been said or discussed about the destruction of the existing topography. We're not supposed to destroy topography. This project will level and fill by 20 feet in height. If your decision is based solely on revenues, then this won't bother you. This brouhaha would not have happened had the developer simply presented a plan that was in keeping with the town character. Even just mimicking Netflix buildings with one additional story underground would have passed with flying colors. Look around you. We're underground. What's good for us is good for them. But I guess doing the right thing will make them less money, and they'll flip the project that was done, as was done at the Ford Agency. You know, there is no sense of urgency now, as there was when this project previously came before you. Our future revenue streams appear ample without being bullied by the developer. You have had to reevaluate your previous decision, and I hope you will be voting differently now that more information has come to light. Our general plan and policies clearly direct you away from a yes vote. Please do not accept last-minute changes from the developer. He rejected any negotiations at planning level, thinking he can do better with you. Stop this tactic once and for all. Send this project back to planning, where those compromises should be heard. The developer's boot on planning commissioners' necks was clearly described by one commissioner and is typical of this developer's approach. Please do not open the doors for further speculation and rape of our natural resources.
Deborah Chin, followed by Christine, who lives on Jasmine.
Hello, Council. My name is Deborah Chin. I live at 154 Maggie Court, and I've been a resident of Los Gatos for 14 years. Developer Peter Powell refuses to compromise on the major terms of the project. Apparently, the developer has threatened to pull out of the project if he doesn't get his way tonight. What I'd like to share with you is a comment attributed to his representative, Mr. Schenk, in a local patch article that you see on the screen. It reads, "The experienced developer said the tallest building at 85 feet high is the only opportunity for Netflix to grow in Los Gatos if it stays." And that was last March. If we accept Mr. Schenk's statement at face value, the Netflix will not be staying in Los Gatos, even with 65-foot buildings, correct? If Mr. Schenk's statement is inaccurate, then what's the truth? He's told us tonight that the developer is not willing to consider a plan based on the zoning standard of 35 feet maximum height. Is the developer bluffing again? If Netflix and the developer are not willing to work with existing town general plan zoning requirements, what does that say about them? They seem to want the benefits of Los Gatos' standards and not follow them. If the developer were to compromise, he and the town could benefit. If he builds at 35 feet high, Mr. Powell can make plenty of money, and approximately $890,000 would go to schools. There is a great compromise of 35 feet high and 350,000 square feet that brings the benefits of sound development and reduces serious risks. Los Gatos Commissioner Talis Forrest summed it up best. Los Gatos is a town of compromise. The developer should play by Los Gatos' rules and reasonably address Los Gatos' standards for development. We want Netflix, and we want reasonable development. The project as proposed is alien to the surrounding neighborhoods and businesses. The closest buildings are single-family homes and two-story commercial buildings. 4 65 square feet 137,000 square foot buildings will shine bright lights all night like a big city. Is that what we want? Mr. Powell should bring us a proposal that is consistent with our general plan and our small town character. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, followed by Clark Steele.
Good evening, Mayor Spector and Town Council. My name is Christine, and I am a homeowner of Los Gatos, and I have 2 children that attend the public school system, Blossom Hill and Fisher. I also am a commercial real estate agent, and I'm extremely familiar with what tenants today are requiring for their Class A tenancy. I'm a huge supporter of this project, and I'm a supporter of everything that Mr. Shank had mentioned this project has to offer the town of Los Gatos. Netflix, as stated earlier, is the tenant that has been born here and raised here and wants to continue to thrive here. If we think that Netflix is not going to terminate their rights to these buildings because we don't approve the project tonight, I think we're absolutely wrong. They are a large company. They need to house their employees. They have employees that are being recruited to other companies. They need to go take care of their own as well. In addition, I'd like to focus on the sales tax revenue that will be brought by not only Netflix, that is in tenancy currently, but that will other tenants that are interested in the project at this time. There's a company by the name of Roku who is located in Saratoga, is very extremely interested in this company because of the way the developer has built this project. They produce a product that's competing with the Apple TV. In addition, Barracuda, who is also located on Winchester, is interested in this project. We've got to approve this project for 550,000 square feet. If not, we won't be able to attract these large tenants that will, in fact, bring a huge amount of sales revenue to our town. The project of 550 square feet will create 1,000 jobs. It will create $1.4 million in revenue for schools and a huge number of sales tax increase revenue from the streamline of Netflix, Roku, Barracuda, and others. I wanted to say that I personally love the idea of having a couple high-tech growth companies in our town for our children. All of these companies will provide great summer intern jobs for all of our children that come home from the college or once they graduate college. How wonderful to have a basis of employment right for your own children. The project is a home run. If the city does not approve this project, it's like a lottery ticket that you're not cashing in. How unfortunate would that be? This is the right product at the right time and the right location. Please, please approve this project tonight for 550,000 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Capri, followed by Clark Steele. I'm sorry, are you Clark Steele?
Yes, I am.
Did I get my cards mixed up?
So am I.
Clark Steele and then Patricia Capri.
All right, good evening, and thank you for your time. My name's Clark Steele. I live nearby on Villa Avenue. I'm going on 3 years here in the town of Los Gatos. A little background, I got my undergraduate degree from Humboldt State in environmental science with a focus in appropriate technology and sustainable architecture. I've also worked for the town for a year in the Parks and Recreation Department, and I now work for Cornish and Cary in the Market Research Department. So needless to say, I look at things by the numbers quite often. So today, I took a look at the inventory in Los Gatos, and I realized that there's less than 2 million square feet of office space, and furthermore, I looked into the age of the buildings. The average age of these office buildings is 40 years old. 1973 is the average year that they were built. So I think it goes without saying that it's time to put a Class A development in, and it would be very beneficial for the community. I also looked at the average size of the buildings in Los Gatos. There's currently roughly 21 million square feet of planned and under construction developments around the Silicon Valley. The average size of the buildings in Los Gatos are 13,000 square feet. that really doesn't afford much growth opportunities for companies that started in Los Gatos, like Netflix, and any of those that come after it. Some have referred to this development as a megaplex. Frankly, a megaplex is more along the lines of a multi-million square foot development that you see in places like Sunnyvale, Cupertino, the Apple project. And when you look at this, the Albright project's only going to add 7 to 0.8% to the total Silicon Valley office inventory. It really is minuscule. So one of the things I got excited about when I first heard about this project was the LEED certification, and for good reason, with my background in environmental science. I was quite pleased to hear they were going to be putting a LEED certified building in this community, and if I'm not mistaken, it would be the second or third commercial building with LEED certification. So I fully support it. I stand behind it. I think that all the revenue it's going to bring into the schools is going to be extremely beneficial. I've made this my home for going on 3 years now, and I would like to make it my home for 20, 30, 40 years, maybe even the rest of my life. And I would like to know that there's going to be revenue and money reinvested into the schools for my children that I hope to have someday. And, you know, the last part of kind of the credo of Los Gatos is future focus. So I encourage you focus on that tonight and think about all the benefits that will come long term for young professionals such as myself choosing to live in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Capri, followed by Dennis Chamber. All right, Dennis Chamber, followed by Kelly Yoder. No Dennis Chamber. Kelly Yoder, followed by Linda Nanez.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Yoder, and I live at 235 Union Avenue in Campbell. Though I'm not currently a Los Gatos resident, I've been a member at Los Gatos Swim and Racket Club for many years. I've enjoyed Los Gatos and its variety of restaurants, shops, and nightlife. It seems like a lot of the energy that Los Gatos has or once had is moving to places like downtown Campbell and Santana Row. I understand a lot of what is being discussed relates to the tax revenue Netflix generates, but I would like to also point out that it relates to the vibrancy of the town of Los Gatos. Employees of Netflix currently spend a lot of time in Los Gatos, and increasing the number of Netflix employees can only help the vibrancy of downtown. It seems to me the draw to the town has dispersed to other locations. I hate to see that continue. That's why I'm in support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Nanez, followed by Leslie Logan.
Hello. I've lived and taught in Los Gatos for 45 years. I feel that schools are definitely the foundation of any community. In Los Gatos, we have 5,000 students who are a part of our wonderful schools where good things happen on a daily basis. With state funds yo-yoing from year to year, funding can be a concern. One of the principles that we teach is to always respect everyone's opinion. It may not be yours, but it does not make it wrong, just different. This project is no different. Many here tonight are very supportive of the Albright project because they see the broader community benefits of having a wonderful company grow in our community, having quality jobs and support for community needs like schools. Some will speak tonight about their specific plight of living next to a commercial development. At the end of the evening, it is my desire that the council votes to approve the project because the benefits and welfare of the whole should prevail. This project benefits the whole of our community. It touches each one of us in some way. It may touch my grandchildren who use the town library because we have money to extend the hours, or it may touch my neighbor who dines at a local restaurant that is able to survive because of the patronage of the workforce from our corporate users. And it may touch one of the many children I have educated because they are able to move back to Los Gatos and find a high-tech job locally. The character of Los Gatos is more than just height and size of 4 buildings on a lot by the freeway. The character of Los Gatos is about our community and embracing all parts of our community. Without Albright, our community would be missing a link, a similar link to the one represented by the empty auto dealership lots that I drive by every day. You need a variation of business to make a community. If the experts say that the only way to attract a technology company like Netflix is to build a 4-story building, then we should listen to the experts and rely on the data. Just a few years ago, one of my neighbors across from Blossom Hill School was upset about the height of the new upper grade 2nd story, but now sees the importance of making room for our ever-growing student population here in Los Gatos. We all have an emotional appeal to make, but as our elected representatives, I hope you make the decision for the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Logan, followed by Jack Van Naden.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Logan, 136 Loma Alta. Since 1932, the Logan family has been a part of Los Gatos. Our children are the 3rd generation in our family to attend Los Gatos schools, and both my husband and I have been active in this community for years. Tonight I speak with you not only on behalf of my family, but also on behalf of the over 125 members of We Support Los Gatos. Our members have supported Albright along the way because it is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to create the proper balance of housing, retail, and office space to keep Los Gatos a modern, successful small town and enhance, support, and protect this wonderful community that we call home. Tonight I am presenting an update including 493 signatures to the petition submitted to you in favor of this project. These people understand that our town character is not defined by the height of buildings. Town character is the investment we make in each other and the investment we make in our community's success. The project is consistent with your stated goals as a town council and the general plan. Significant compromises have been made to make this the best possible proposal. The data that should be used for evaluation of this project is clearly presented in the EIR and through expert testimony, not emotion or amateur calculations, but standard, professional, peer-reviewed methodologies and conclusions. The substantial financial benefits to our town are obvious. New annual property tax revenue to both school districts without the negative impacts and costs associated with additional housing. Additional revenue for town services and an expanded consumer base for our local merchants. Look at the evidence. This project is exactly what Netflix has told us they need to that they require to stay and grow in Los Gatos, in just the right location, near other tall buildings, in an industrial zone, right next to the freeway with so many mature trees taller than the other buildings that our hillside vistas will be preserved. If you don't approve this project, what will be your plan to ensure that our schools have enough revenue to support all of the new students from the additional housing projects that you continue to approve? If not this project, right now, what will be your plan to replace the revenue lost to the relocated and defunct dealerships when Netflix leaves? What will be your legacy? Will you be the town council that lost Netflix? The one that created the reputation that Los Gatos is insular, unsophisticated, and closed for business? Or will you be the town council that is known for its better vision, one that understands the complex and diverse needs of a successful, modern, small town? The town council that made the wise decision to keep Los Gatos the vibrant, thriving community that we all love. I think your choice is very, very clear. Please support Albright.
Thank you. Jack Van Naden, and then looks like Margot Bradish, although I think it says John Schenk and Margot Bradish, but that may have already been the applicant, yes. So it'll be Jack Van Naden followed by Mike Yagme.
The time is already going.
The clerk, is the equipment ready to go?
Yes, it is. It's just, I'm just going to put it on the,
All right, since we're on limited time, I'll answer some of the questions that some of the people had as far as revenues for the schools. Probably the best news is the revenues over the next 5 years are going to jump 10,592,000. That's starting from 2013 and moving forward. That includes one-time development fees. It includes one-time redevelopment funds, recurring revenues. Recurring revenues over on the right-hand side are going to be $5,854,000. How I came to this information, I used all the information that was in the EIR or in Mr. Schenk's memos. I used economic and planning systems for information, so I relied on professional resources. I used the physical impact analysis of April 24th. This is the background behind the numbers. On top, what I did is I put Albright at 350,000 square feet as opposed to the 550. If you go over to the right-hand column, you'll see that instead of 1,444,000, it's 1,067,000. So we're about $350,000 short. But the big kahuna's coming up. That's the North 40. And in here, I haven't even figured the 400,000 square feet of retail. But, you know, one time they're going to hit us the first year with $4,629,000 going to the schools, $2,842,000 that will be recurring revenue to the schools every year thereafter. Over here, there's a total of 10 projects. In addition, this year there's redevelopment fees of $2,600,000. There's an projected increase of $700,000 coming from the increased revenue from real estate. So in total, the first year, now again, this is a 5-year projection, but it's $10,592,000 coming to the schools. And there'll be recurring revenues of $6 million. So I think you're going to have plenty of people to take care of the kids on the playground. You're going to have plenty of people that are able to teach. This is a big amount of money.
Talk to the council.
There you are. So in my last 13 seconds, I guess I can wind it up. I think there's a lot of money coming in. I think the schools are going to do very well, even at 350,000 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Yagmay or Yagmai, and then Mike Charters.
Hello, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Mike Yagmai. I am a homeowner in Los Gatos. I live on Regent Drive in the Heritage Grove development. I'm an attorney by trade, focused on helping tech companies in the Valley innovate and produce and roll out cutting-edge products. Most recently, I was a senior legal director at eBay at the campus right on Hamilton. And now I serve as associate general counsel at Facebook in Menlo Park. I'm here to speak on my own personal capacity, not as an employee of either one of those companies or a representative. I've never worked for Netflix, but I do use the product, and I know from the tech sector that it is a very well-respected company, and it is a heavyweight in the industry. And undoubtedly, cities like Cupertino, Santa Clara, Mountain View, and others will be vying and trying their best to facilitate a move of Netflix away from Los Gatos and into one of their communities. And the reasons are simple, and a lot of people have mentioned it tonight, but I think it's worth another focus, and that is to bring much needed revenue to enhance programs, not cut them. These funds will be very helpful to our schools and will help them thrive. And my children, of course, will be beneficiaries of that as well. Also, as I think the precise number wasn't referenced tonight, but Netflix employs over 2,000 professionals who will, without a doubt, need a place to live, or to rent, at least, close by. Speaking from personal experience, having worked at two main campuses, one at eBay, I can't tell you the number of times that I spoke with colleagues of mine about their desire to find homes that were nearby so they could easily get home to see their children at night. And on the flip side of that, at Menlo Park, where we're away from a lot of development, the number of times I've had discussions with people who wish there were homes nearby that they could move into and communities that could support them. And I think a campus like this, being here in Los Gatos, will provide great opportunities for the employees and professionals to find homes to be nearby their workplace. Lastly, as I think many people have said, the sales tax revenue from this, from all the employees, whether residents or not of Los Gatos, will be substantial for our shops and to revive downtown. Every effort should be made to enable Netflix to remain right here. Let's focus on the reality of what the project like this means for the community and taking it into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Charters, and then Diane Anderson.
Hi, I'm Mike Charters. I live at on Pennsylvania Avenue in Los Gatos. I'm a homeowner there. I just have 2 quick points. You know, from an industry perspective, I work in commercial real estate, and I represent a number of West Valley tenants, one of which that has pretty close eyes on this project. And rightfully so, we're talking about Netflix, but this is a larger project. It has the ability to house more tenants that are interested in being here. And I think if it wasn't approved, it sends a message to the local tenant base that we can't handle your growth. And that will resonate all the way down to startup tenants, because it's so hard to become entrenched in a community and know that you may have to pick up and move if you have the growth of an industry-leading tech company such as Netflix. Second point, just more on a personal level, I'm sensitive to the argument of the Charter Oaks community, but from what I know, I lived in Aventino behind the current Netflix site for 3 years, and you know, we shared a parking lot with Netflix, so I was right behind, my apartment looked right in it. And for 3 years, I never had an issue with privacy. I never had an issue with the lighting, with the traffic. So I think, you know, in short, I hope that we understand there's an incredible opportunity for the city. And I've lived here my whole life, which I'm 30, but anyways, I've lived here my whole life. And the location of this site and the design that the developers put in front of us, this revised design, is not going to affect what people refer to as the special sauce of Los Gatos. It's going to be really good for the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Diane Anderson and Ronnie Nassi.
Good evening, Mayor Spector and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Diane Anderson. I'm president of the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce and have been so for the last 3 years. Tonight, I'm speaking on behalf of the Chamber's Board of Directors, which is comprised of representatives of a major local hospital, an auto service shop, a financial advisor, a law firm, a retailer, a spa, a winery, an interior design firm, a painting company, a marketing communications consultancy, a destination marketing company, a young entrepreneurs academy, and a major utility company. We believe that a synergistic relationship exists between the residents and the business community. We need each other, and everyone wins when we work well together. This project represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity for that kind of synergy and for future benefits to Los Gatos. Clearly, this has been a very complex project proposal, one that may well have justified the protracted length of time it's taken to get here tonight. We are counting on the council to arrive at a decision that serves the greatest possible good. We are in full support of this project as now proposed, and we request that you approve it tonight. We believe that it's in the best interest of the Los Gatos business community and the community at large. We think the developer and their first tenant, Netflix, have exhibited patience, creativity, and responsiveness to the feedback they've received from the Planning Commission, the council, and the community. Since this property is zoned for office space, we can't see a Class A community like Los Gatos choosing to develop anything other than a Class A office park. And the design in front of us now is a distinctive and intelligent one that we can be proud of. We believe this is a project that makes good economic and aesthetic sense for Los Gatos on this particular parcel, which is in serious need of redevelopment. And we can't conceive of a more compatible economic engine than this project to supplant lost revenues from other sources. But the time for deliberation and discussion has come to an end. It's time for action. Los Gatos has an opportunity that many other cities would be happy to benefit from if we let it get away. We urge you to reach a decision tonight that sends a clear and unequivocal message to the developer that this project will move forward, and to Netflix that they can count on calling Los Gatos home for many years to come. The time is now. Please don't be the council that lets this one get away. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronnie Nassi, and then Ann Ralston.
Good evening. My name is Ronnie Nassi, and I am the Executive Director of the Los Gatos Chamber and an almost 20-year resident of Los Gatos, and I live on La Rinconada Drive. I am also an enthusiastic supporter for the Albright Way Class A Office Park. Los Gatos is no longer a sleepy little village with quaint shops and restaurants. As much as some would like to go back to that slow-paced, bucolic time, we cannot if we want to survive and remain a desirable place to live and do business. We are the home of high-tech startups, emerging technologies, independently owned businesses, as well as formula retailers that bring visitors to town. Albright Way is the right location for a Class A business park, whether Netflix is the tenant or not, and now is the right time to build it. Both residents and the business community will be positively affected by this project. With the loss of our auto dealerships and RDA funds, this project will bring much-needed funds to our community and schools so that we can continue to have the best Los Gatos is able to offer. Proposed ideas for downsizing the project are not based on economic realities. Traffic issues will be mitigated, and the people of Charter Oaks should actively work with the town to help them with their issues. Albright Way will have a new, attractive, sustainable building set back from both the street and Charter Oaks, have ample green open space with large mature trees, and will enhance the view along Winchester Boulevard. This council will create the legacy as they vote on this project. Rabbi Hillel, considered by many as the wisest sage in Judaism, is credited with the quote, "He who refuses to learn deserves extinction." There is always strong support on one side or the other for any project. The sky didn't fall when the Netflix Aventino project was finally approved and built, nor did it fall when Apple moved into downtown with its more modern exterior than other locations in the historic district. In fact, both of those projects have brought considerable revenue and vibrancy to our community. Are we progressive, or will we squander this opportunity by closing our eyes to the times we live in? Are we a community that supports business and residents, or do we let the loss of Class A office space and revenue, along with the reputation of not in our town, lead us on a downward spiral that we may never recover from? Please do what's best for our entire community, residential and business, for now and for the future. Please approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Ralston, and then Richard, can't tell, Alero or Alern?
Hi there, I'm Ann Ralston. I live at 46 Hernandez Avenue, and I've been a town resident for about 20 years. I want to speak to you on both a personal and a professional level. On a personal level, I just love the vibrancy of Los Gatos, and I think I'm fully in support of this project. I think it's going to add to the vibrancy of our community. I don't want this to be a bedroom community. I don't want this to be Saratoga. Have you seen what's happened to Saratoga's retailers? It's terrible. I want a healthy residential that feeds and supports the retailers, and then a business community that supports both the retailers and a healthy residential. I don't want this to become a tourist town. I mean, this is our big opportunity. 1,000 employees feeding our businesses. I think this is it for us. On a professional level, I work for Cornish & Carey. I've been in commercial real estate for 25 years, and I think my husband put it most appropriately. He said, "Why would not the town of Los Gatos want to participate in the biggest boom happening in Silicon Valley?" What is the message that we are sending to the business community? Clearly, it's a message, we don't want you. What are you sending to business? What are you sending to the developers? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I fully believe, although I don't think all the town council believes, that Netflix will leave town if we don't support this. They're a business. They have to run a business, and they'll leave town. But it's not just about Netflix. It's really what you don't see happening behind the scenes. And what that is, for instance, in the last 30 days, Firetide got displaced by Boston Scientific over on Knowles, and they had to leave, and they had to go to Campbell because there was no place to expand to. Mimosa Networks was 3,500 square feet in our downtown, and they had to go to the Water Tower in Campbell in 12,000 square feet. Seagate was once a tenant on Albright, but they too had to leave, and they went to Cupertino. So lastly, I just want to talk about the type of product. I did a little research, and in 2011 and 2012, there were 34 transactions that occurred over 100,000 square feet in Class A properties in Silicon Valley. And of those 34 transactions, only 3 transactions happened that were under 4 stories. So that's less than 1%. So we need to approve this project in its full size and its full height today. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard, followed by Ginger Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Richard Allen. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for 37 years. My personal observation of traffic in Los Gatos today makes me very skeptical about the conclusions of the EIR regarding traffic. My experience, based on frequent use of the University-Lark intersection, suggests that even without the new Netflix and North 40 developments, not to mention Oka Road, the dealership repurposing, today we have a bad situation. Traffic here is a problem today. On May 17th, last Friday at 5 p.m., I left Los Gatos Hardware near Lark on Los Gatos Boulevard. When I reached the Lark University traffic light, the queuing lane was full and cars had backed up into the Lark traffic lane. When the light changed to permit left turns, the queuing lane refilled, so I had to wait for 2 times the light changed. This process took me over 3 minutes from the time I first stopped until I was able to turn left on University. That's outside the Class C rate. Furthermore, the traffic on University all the way to Saratoga-Los Gatos Road was stop and go with long delays. This route is very congested during evening rush hour. No synchronization of traffic lights will help when all of the planned developments are built. Gridlock is inevitable, and the traffic analyses do a poor job of analyzing the cumulative impacts of all these other developments as well. They don't reflect even today's reality. If synchronization would solve the problems, they would have done it long ago to save us having to come here to complain about traffic. The EIR analysis of traffic cumulative effects is flawed. The Department of Transportation wrote 3 letters to the town. Caltrans asked the town to use their threshold for significance for low level of service for freeway segments, which is different from that of PTA, and is also asking the town to do a long-term cumulative analysis. This hasn't happened. If this goes forward as it's planned, the town of Los Gatos will be changed forever, and we can't go back. The vision for Los Gatos from the general plan states that proposed development projects are held to higher standard, and what is appropriate for other towns may not be acceptable for Los Gatos. It also calls for consistent and resolute enforcement of the general plan, specific plans, and the town code. This project and subsequent other developments will forever change what makes Los Gatos a special place. Let's not do that now. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginger Rowe, followed by David Wells.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the Town Council. My name is Ginger Rowe, and I reside at 16400 Inglewood Avenue. I've lived there for the past 21 years with my young family. I am speaking tonight in support of the Albright project because your decision here tonight not only affects my life as a homeowner, but also as a local merchant and Los Gatos High School alumni, parent of 2, currently enrolled in our public schools. As a small business owner in the downtown area for the past 19 years, I, like so many other small-scale merchants, have benefited from Netflix as a business calling Los Gatos home. Not only do they provide our town with a significant amount of revenue with their day-to-day operations, but their employees frequent many of the town's merchants, restaurants, directly contributing to more of the town's overall sales tax base, and their patronage simultaneously supports our businesses. That is, by example, big and small business harmony, both working together to help make a small town function economically. Netflix is a business that contributes a large share of the sales tax revenue in our town, and we, as a community, cannot afford to simply turn our backs on this opportunity to expand their business services and increase the revenue they are willing to share with our community, along with potential other businesses. This is the money used to pay to keep the streets swept, repaired throughout the town, the money that pays for the police who keep our community safe from crime. These are basic services that the town of Los Gatos is required to provide to us as community members, and that this development is the best way to support those fundamental expenses that we have in our community. I have grown up with and cherished the small town character Los Gatos offers. I will be the first to admit that in general, I do not routinely find myself in support of big business in our town, but the Albright project is very different. This is all about preserving small town character and not being small-minded. This is the right location, the right size, the right scale to improve another entrance to our beautiful community. Everyone here tonight is proud to be a member of our community, and there is no dispute over wanting what is best for Los Gatos. However, we must all realize that economic growth is what will maintain our community and its small town character. Please seize this opportunity presented before you and focus on the future of Los Gatos and what this project could mean for our schools, businesses, and welfare of our community in general. Please consider the greater good for our town so future generations may enjoy what we have to date. We need this project to keep moving forward, not backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. David Wells, followed by Chris Lamson.
I am David Wells, resident of Los Gatos at 16128 Escobar, and also the CFO of Netflix in charge of facilities. On behalf of Netflix, I want to thank for all the kind words, both pro and con, that folks, we do feel the love from the town, so thank you. Let me share a few points on behalf of a current and prospective tenant. We'd like to stay in our current location. I think that's pretty clear. We've stayed through this development process for a long time, and we continue to. And we think that the current proposal will allow us to continue to stay here. I can testify that if you want to provide Class A office space, you've heard from commercial real estate brokers and others, that is true. This is exactly the type of space we're looking for. Large floor plates, collaborative space, speed of communication is essential. That's why all of these companies are looking for the same thing, which is a lot of space together that you can put large engineering teams together. We also value the expansion potential of the space. So not only have we taken the first building lease, but we've taken rights on all the other buildings, and if we continue to grow, it's our intention to expand in those other buildings. We've barely met our current expansion needs with the current buildings we moved into across from Courtside. We moved in at 95% capacity. So we're a year later, and even with the best case of these buildings, we're 18 to 24 months away from having expansion space. So timing does matter. There was a lot of concern about the impacts from the Gateway project, two of the current buildings that we're in along Winchester. I think these have been less than feared. The anxiety around these buildings has been less than feared, and I think people are proud of these buildings generally. I think this project is pretty contiguous with that project. I mean, it's only 5 feet less in height at the current iteration, and there's much further setback in these buildings than the current buildings that we're in along Winchester. We've stayed through the project through the approval of the earlier iteration, the challenge to the development process, and completion of the full environmental impact review, showing basically the same findings. We're a year later and supportive of this current iteration. It has lower height, no residential component, and no development agreement. I think this is a good compromise. We'll work to mitigate traffic and impacts to Charter Oaks, and we'll continue to do that, and we'll do what we can to mitigate those impacts. We run shuttles, we'll continue to. We bring in lunch to minimize our trips, and we'll continue to do so. I urge you to support this compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Lamson. We do have a question. Let's see. Mr. Wells, we have a question. And We sort of get, any council person has any questions for any of the speakers, please let me know. Ms. Jensen?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wells. Many of the speakers have indicated that the business brought to downtown and surrounding areas in Los Gatos is important to Los Gatos income. And you just indicated you bring in lunch, for example. So I'm curious if there's been any studies, or you can give us any numbers, or you can give us any statistics that would bear that out as to what, if your employees actually do patronize businesses in town, and if so, to what extent?
Sure. So we haven't done a full study, but we know that just running a simple accounts payable scan on Los Gatos addresses is over $3 million a year over the last 12 months in terms of money paid to Los Gatos address businesses. And that doesn't include credit cards that employees purchase meals. So I would expect that number to be quite higher.
Thank you. Chris Lamson, followed by Jeff Black.
Good evening. My name is Chris Lamson. I'm an 18-year resident of Los Gatos, and my children attend Los Gatos Public Schools. I currently serve as the president of the Los Gatos High School New Millennium Foundation, which I represent tonight. The New Millennium Foundation is the primary fundraising organization for Los Gatos High School, supporting its 1,800-plus students and representing over 1,400 different families. We raise approximately $350,000 annually and have raised well over $3 million since our inception in 2001. Monies raised are used to fund faculty and administrative grant requests that enhance the educational environment for all Los Gatos students. The school districts are underfunded. I cannot begin to tell you the volunteer hours and effort that go into raising money for all of the Los Gatos public schools. If we want more for our children, we fundraise for it. Computers, document cameras, microscopes, musical instruments, athletic equipment, art supplies, calculators, computer software, social emotional support, educational development and innovation, independent study, it goes on. And it must be funded outside of school district funds. Los Gatos families and residents take pride in their town and in their schools. They demand excellence, but this is impossible to provide without fundraising and asking parents, local businesses, and community members time and time again to donate to our schools. So as parents of children attending public schools who work tirelessly to support them, it is hard for us to fathom turning away a project that will generate over $1.4 million in annual property tax revenues to the town, much of which will support public schools. The project under consideration will create jobs for our residents and for our school graduates. It will also provide our youth an example of responsible real estate development, job creation for a town that has a jobs to housing imbalance, thoughtfully designed buildings, commercial development located near major transportation routes, revitalization and beautification of a tired site while maintaining the Los Gatos character we all cherish, and relationship building and partnership between the town and strong corporations like Netflix. This is not a project on which we can take a pass. Opportunities like this don't come along every day. The timing is right, the project is right. Los Gatos needs this for its community and for its schools. Support the town we all love, its responsible growth and development, and its youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Black, and then Mary Badami.
Hi, Jeff Black, live at 362 Bachman Avenue and lived in the town for 35 years. I've also been in a commercial real estate field for 36 years and specialized in the representation of high technology companies throughout the U.S. I'd like to comment on the design of the project, how this project will attract high technology companies, and finally the benefits that this project brings to our town. The developer of the project has put together a thoughtful design that reflects an evolution over the last 2 years that responds to extensive public input. The project in its current layout is well suited for high technology companies and will offer the type of design that these companies require for occupancy, growth, and employment recruitment. So here are the benefits of the project. Our town replaces an old, obsolete 10-building project with 4 Class A office buildings designed to meet the needs of today's high technology companies. The project profile that you approved last year has been lowered from 5 stories to 4 stories. The elimination of the residential of the project has spread the same size project out over a larger amount of land. And the visual impact of the project has been softened by substantial setbacks from Winchester Boulevard and the neighboring properties. The traffic generated by the project has been thoroughly reviewed in the EIR and will be mitigated to acceptable levels established by the town. I heard a lot of concern voiced at the Planning Commission meeting that the PD zoning for this project was circumventing the spirit of the general plan.
My understanding of the PD designation is that it is a zoning tool that allows a project with unique characteristics to be developed in compliance with the general plan. A PD designation allows the town for flexibility to restrict how the use will be planned for a piece of the property. The PD for the Albright office project conforms to the general plan by helping us achieve many of the goals in our general plan. If this is not a unique project, then I'm not sure what is. The town of Los Gatos has one parcel left in town limits that can accommodate this kind of Class A office project, this parcel. The project will provide additional sustainable revenue to our schools, fund critical town services, and provide business to our town's retailers. We will retain Netflix, the largest employer in town and the largest contributor in town revenues. And finally, while some critics will say that the project is not in keeping with the town's small character, I would suggest that this type of project is keeping with the small town feel given its location and is exactly what we need to be able to maintain our small town feel in our precious downtown in the future. There's no better place in Los Gatos to put this project than at a freeway interchange with easy access tonight to Highway 87 and Highway 17. For Los Gatos to maintain its small town feel, we need to be able to provide sustainable revenue to support our town schools, city services, and the retailers in our downtown area. This project will do this and also provide the town with a Class A project that we can all be proud of. I highly encourage you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Badami and then Bill Peter, looks like Peter Bow.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Mary Badami, 150 Maggie Court. I read Mr. Schenk's letter of justification dated April 11th regarding the proposed Albright Way entitlements. Residents have entitlements too, along with expectations. We buy property with the expectation of protection under zoning rules and regulations. Buying a home in Los Gatos means buying access to hillside views and scenic vistas, its small town charm. Take that away, and we're not so special anymore. I consider our rules a quality of life insurance policy. 65 feet of building height is a significant deviation from our general plan. It's not consistent with small town character. It's not consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, in particular the townhome community of Charter Oaks. I'm very concerned for their privacy, their loss of views, nighttime illumination, and visibility of building mass and scale. It will set a precedent. Please keep the height within our developmental guidelines and keep the project consistent with our general plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Peterbow and then Matthew Vander AHE.
Good evening, Bill Peterbaugh, and I'm here speaking in favor of the Albright project. I'm reminded a little bit of when we had the earthquake in Los Gatos, and at that point, I don't know that's how long I've been here, the town was really beginning to deteriorate. The business community had not been very strong. There have been too many regulations on the amount of tables that could go in restaurants, and so the town council and the city was trying to keep out restaurants and that type of activity. Then the earthquake came, and we had to do a lot of rebuilding, and there was a consultant brought in and said, no, you need to increase the vibrancy of the town and more eating and more things that people want to come and see and visit. And I think that was Los Gatos looking to the future, and we got, I think, a vibrant downtown. I believe this is the next step for the city council to look at is how do we go to the future? You have some responsibility, we have some responsibility for density. And we can't say Santa Clara gets all the density or San Jose gets all the density. We have to take on some of the density ourselves too. And there's really only a couple sites, this one and the Yuki property, they can do any density, and this is a perfect solution. I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew and then Karen Briones.
Good evening. My name is Matt Bonderay. I moved to Los Gatos about 3 years ago with my family. We love it here and intend to be here for quite some time. I live at 208 Granada Way, so every day on my way to work and back, I drive right through the intersection of Winchester and Wimbledon. So this is a development that would definitely impact where I'm at. I'm not concerned at all about the traffic. I don't think that counter traffic is going to impact the commutes of the residents of Los Gatos. And in fact, I think it's going to bring an increased daytime population, which is going to be beneficial to our local businesses. which is something that is going to be crucial to maintaining the vibrancy of downtown Los Gatos and all of Los Gatos. So I think, the message that needs to be sent is to the local businesses that, we want to keep the vibrancy here. We want to keep the big growing businesses here to support our local businesses. This obviously is going to benefit us from the tax revenues. It's going to be good for our schools. That will help maintain our property values. And additionally, Netflix needs a building like this, as do other high-tech tenants coming into this area, in order to compete for employees. All other major companies that are taking space down right now are going into Class A high-rise buildings that have, good natural light, that are very environmentally sustainable. If we want squat, broad buildings, it's not something that's going to be, it's not going to work for the type of tenants that we want to have here in this town. And the location up against the freeway next to on-ramps just makes sense. So please support this, and let's not let a need for small town character kill the vibrancy that so much makes this small town so special. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Briones, then Bonnie Westman.
Good evening. My name is Karen Briones, and I live in the Live Oak Manor of Los Gatos. I'm a parent, an educator, and a longtime volunteer in our community. My husband and I settled in Los Gatos about 12 years ago. We felt it was a good place and a safe place to raise our 3 daughters, now 16, 14, and 13. I'm also a California native, having grown up in Southern California, and I have watched the state of California slowly reduce the amount of funding to our schools, therefore stripping away services, educational opportunities, and potentially scaring away quality teachers. On average, California spends $5,455 per student on education. Many states spend upwards to $12,000 to $13,000 per student. We can begin to make up the difference with responsible development in our community without changing its character. And the Albright development would help fund close to $1.4 million for our schools on an annual basis, helping to bridge the gap, as well as funding vital town services. This development brings in those dollars without growing the size of our school population. In addition, approval of this type of development signals to the Bay Area that Los Gatos is a friendly place to do business. Ladies and gentlemen, you hold the future of our community in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Westman, and then Carrie Lindholm.
I think I need a footstool.
Can pull the mic down. There you go.
Thank you. I'm Bonnie Westman. I live at 16516 Shannon Road in Los Gatos. I've lived there for 7 years. I'm a volunteer. I volunteer extensively in the schools in Los Gatos. I'm also a contributor to the Los Gatos Patch online newspaper and often write articles about the many wonderful aspects of living here in Los Gatos. For the town council's benefit and for the benefit of everyone in the room, I've slashed my comments by 2/3, not to be repetitive. I ask you to please vote in favor of Albright. The decision to approve Albright will create good jobs here in Los Gatos. I know plenty of people who live here that could use a good job or a better job. Everyone in Los Gatos knows someone, a husband, a wife, a cousin, maybe a friend who needs a job. This is an opportunity for you, Town Council, to help create jobs, which will in turn help our families and our children, and in turn our small businesses. Soon my own son will graduate from college and start looking for a job as a software engineer. Think about our future, please. Don't you want young, well-educated, hardworking people in our town? Why do they all have to go and live and work in Mountain View? Having a few well-respected corporations headquartered here is a blessing for our community. Embrace it and all the benefits that come with it. We cannot afford to. We cannot afford not to. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Carrie Lindholm and then Pat Tillman.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Lindholm, and I live at 16801 Loma Street. I want to say no matter what side everyone here is on, I think this turnout shows how much the residents of Los Gatos care about the future of their town, and that's what gives us our small town character. Residents can come and be heard and help guide the future of Los Gatos. Having an office complex next to the freeway is not going to take away the character of Los Gatos. Our town has many facets to it that make it inviting to the families that live here and enable it to thrive. My husband and I moved here 15 years ago because of the diversity of the town and what it had to offer. The downtown shops and its surrounding community provide the small town charm. Good Sam and the multitude of medical facilities provide the necessary health care our residents require. And businesses of all types, from supermarkets to car dealerships to hardware stores, provide other services our residents need. Each one brings their own unique benefit to Los Gatos. We need to be able to welcome larger corporate businesses such as Netflix to our community as well. They can provide the solid, steady stream of tax revenue and ancillary business to the rest of our community that is desperately needed. Los Gatos Boulevard has been full of vacant lots for years, and we have a corporate good citizen right in our own backyard begging to continue to grow here. I keep reading and hearing about how the developer is not compromising and how Netflix could operate in a nice 3-story building, and I just find this to be so unrealistic. I liken it to going to buy a car and walking into the car dealership and telling the salesman that I need a family car that seats 5 passengers, and the salesman telling me, oh, we don't have that, but we have this great 2-seat convertible that would be perfect for you. It doesn't meet my needs, and therefore I'm going to leave without a car. Our town has recently approved multiple housing developments with house on top of house, such as Bluebird Lane and Laurel Mews, that pressure our already heavily burdened schools with minimal contributions back to our community. Our schools are bursting at the seams, and the Albright Way project not only will provide a steady annual tax revenue stream to our district in future years, but has no enrollment impact on our schools. Our most recent school fundraiser at the elementary school level had a fund in need to raise money for the most basic of school supplies, paper and pencils. I would love for that previous presentation by the gentleman showing the $5 million coming into our schools to be true, but today in Los Gatos schools, we are rationing paper to our children. Our schools are good, but they're not great. We struggle financially, and developing housing in our area is not the answer. This town needs to grow responsibly and continue to be economically viable, and this project has all the components that will help us achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Tillman and then Greg Snow, or looks like Snow.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Tillman. I live at 150 Maggie Court in Los Gatos. I've been there for about 7 years. I live with Mary Badami. We moved there from Campbell, and we lived in Campbell for about 5 years. We sold that place to move to Los Gatos, paid over double what we had in Campbell because we wanted to live in Los Gatos. Well over double because we wanted to live in Los Gatos because of the atmosphere in Los Gatos. And I think it's the atmosphere in Los Gatos that makes this property valuable, not the developers that come in and want to use it. But they do have their opportunity to try, and there's one of them. The Albright project, I think, is a huge deviation from the general plan, and I think the general plan is the law. It feels a little awkward to ask you to enforce the law, but that's what I'm asking you to do, and I don't feel very comfortable asking. I don't know how someone can walk into this forum and say they basically have a right to build something that they knew they couldn't build in the first place. In any case, the setting that they have over there at Albright is on the corner of Winchester and 85. I just found out tonight that we passed on an on-ramp and an off-ramp that probably would have helped, but we don't have it, and somebody's going to have to pay for that to make that place viable. That's a lot of money. That's more than $1 million a year, and I don't believe this state or the federal government is going to be handing us an on-ramp or an off-ramp. That means Lark Avenue is going to have to be accessed. It's not ready, and it's going to be saturated by the North 40 project. If you, as far as I'm concerned, north on Winchester, San Jose, and I don't care about them, but if you go south on Winchester Boulevard, you run into Santa Cruz Ave, and that's a one-lane going south road. So if the other benefit that we're supposed to get is, patrons for lunch and whatnot, the 20, 30, 300 of them will have no place to park. So that will obligate you to build a multi-story parking lot downtown, which might affect the atmosphere down there. There are some consequences that are compounded by the North 40. In the weeds is the Los Gatos Lodge that will expect the same kind of concessions whenever they come asking you to build something large there. There's the novitiate, there are other pieces of property. I understand that the general plan was, I don't know what the expression is, revived, passed, reaffirmed, whatevered in 2010, and it's good until 2020. And it's not being followed. I don't know why I should ask that the town plan be followed, but I am asking you to follow the town plan. We moved here for a reason. This does not fit the plan. This does not fit Los Gatos. Sorry about that, but the accumulation of all these big projects, we're losing our town.
Thank you. Greg, either Simon or Snow, and then Caitlin Eastland.
Greg Snow, thank you, Mayor Council. I live in a Charter Oaks townhome. We all want a productive office park with increased revenues to the town of Los Gatos. What we don't want is a 65-foot-high steel and glass monument to what is in vogue now for office building construction that 20 years from now may or may not be what businesses want. I urge you to visit an office complex at 3333 Scott Boulevard in Santa Clara. It's a 5-building, 4-story complex that is almost identical in square footage to this proposed complex with our when you add in the parking garage. It is massive. You perch that on a 20-foot hill over my backyard, and it's even more massive. Public comment in favor of the project have mostly been from realtors and those concerned about the school revenues. We are also concerned about school revenues. A lot of those in favor of the project don't live close by as I do, and they are not going to be affected daily by the traffic, the noise, the shadows, and the vista blockage. Let's be real about how many employees could actually work at this megaplex. The developer has given you a soft case scenario. If 75% of the square footage is devoted to workers, that would give them each about 10 by 10 space, about the size of a standard bedroom. We would still have over 4,000 employees. If 80% of them drive to work and 20 find another way to get there, they need 3,000 parking places. I'm concerned about overflow parking. I'm afraid they're going to be parking on Charter Oaks Drive in the cul-de-sac, which is currently being used by the trail riders and walkers and by the residents of Charter Oaks. Instead of a 4-story building, 4-story buildings, why not start at the 85 end and do 2 3-story buildings and 2 2-story buildings? That would give them the 350,000 square feet that fits the plan. If they have to have a 4-story building for Netflix, make it building number 1 and then taper down to 3, 2, and 2. That would give them 375,000 square feet. Also, a drawn-out phased construction over several years will create a generation of noise, dust, construction traffic, and that horrible backup beep that all construction vehicles have that are going to have traffic interruptions on a daily basis. At least require them to build the entire project at one time so we can get it done and out of the way. You want tax revenues? Approve a project that makes sense with our general plan and start collecting revenues right away. Don't let them stretch this out for 5 or 6 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Eastland, Robert Dean.
Good evening, Town Council and fellow community members. My name is Caitlin Eastland, and I live at 201 Charter Oak Circle in what will be the shadow of the Albright Office Park development if it is passed as proposed. I've lived in Charter Oaks for over 20 years, and I've gone to school here from elementary school through high school, and I currently work at a preschool here in town. Now, although I'm not a part of what has been called the We Support LG group, I do in fact support Los Gatos, and I'm even in support of Netflix and the tax money it will bring to our schools. However, it seems to me that many of the people in support of passing this project have failed to acknowledge the detrimental impacts that this 4-story development will have on our town. I refuse to be blinded by the promise of money so that I neglect the big picture and the repercussions that this decision will have on future development in Los Gatos. It is an undeniable privilege to live and do business in Los Gatos, and that intangible value is protected by the general plan. If this project is approved as is, the door will be open for other developers who feel entitled to exceptions as well. And with the North 40 development on the horizon, this worries me greatly. If this development is approved tonight, there's no going back. Have you ever heard of a town downsizing their scale of development? Los Gatos will only expand and embody less and less of the small town feel that it is founded on. And I've yet to hear a reason as to why this should be ignored. If these 65-foot offices are built as proposed, I will be able to see these buildings outside all but one window of my house. And right now I can see the orange cherry pickers out there. Many of my neighbors will experience the same. And I know there's been talk about adding trees, but I wonder how tall those will be and how long we have to wait for them to grow to cover the buildings. When these homes were purchased in Charter Oaks, residents were under the impression that the town's general plan would be adhered to and that their quality of living would not be jeopardized for profit. I ask that the residents of Los Gatos, who are in support of passing this project tonight, consider how they might react if this development were to be built in their own backyard. There is a compromise here, and I hope that as a town we can stand united in asking for Mr. John Shank and his team to come up with a revised plan that simply adheres to our town's general plan, as so many other developers have. I know our town is commonly known for our material wealth, but I was raised to value the richness of Los Gatos that money cannot buy. The richness that comes from our town's character is what is at stake tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Dean and then Anna Helmer.
Good evening. My name is Robert Dean, and I live on Carlton Avenue in Los Gatos, and I'm a finance director at Netflix, where I've worked for 2.5 years. My wife and I have lived in Los Gatos for 5 years, and our daughter, who is now 4, represents the 5th generation of my family living in Los Gatos or its neighboring communities. I feel very proud and lucky, proud to be both a resident of this community and an employee of Netflix, and lucky that my commute is less than 10 minutes on a bicycle. As much as I believe this project will be a big plus for Netflix, I'm here today supporting this project as a resident who is very much interested in the future of this exceptional town. The Albright development is an important decision that will have an impact for many generations to come. Projects of this magnitude are never perfect, but in my opinion, the choice for progress is clear. I work today at the Albright location and pass by it regularly on bike rides and morning jogs along the Los Gatos Trail. I see a large lot of old, dilapidated, and empty buildings, and I see a huge opportunity, a window of opportunity for the future of this town. The Albright project offers to revitalize this area with new and beautiful office buildings, and a rapidly growing homegrown company wants to call this site its home. This is the time to move forward. This is a project that is clearly in line with the vision of the future of Los Gatos by attracting jobs and talent to the area and generating substantial financial benefits for the community and the Los Gatos schools. A vote to move forward on this project makes a clear statement that Los Gatos is a visionary town capable of fostering business growth and preserving its charm and character. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Helmer, and then we'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I live here in the town of Los Gatos, not the city of Los Gatos, and I'm not against development. I am for reasonable, thoughtful development, something within keeping with the surrounding area and in accordance with the Los Gatos 2020 General Plan. I think we need to guard against being just another zip code on a developer's list where there is work to be found. The general plan has all the guidance needed to create something that limits building heights to 35 feet. It provides for keeping the magnitude of the new office space down to a level that fits in with the surrounding area. And it tells us to keep those scenic vistas intact because that is what gives Los Gatos its small town character. And by the way, in the general plan, the term small town character is used 18 times. There must be a reason for that. Also important are the wonderful mountain vistas visible as you drive up Winchester Boulevard into Los Gatos. It makes for a beautiful gateway vista, and it is an important part of making this a lovely town. It should not be blocked and visible only if you happen to be working on the top floor of a 65-foot building in a Los Gatos office park. The fact is we live in the North 40 and we're facing 3 development projects at once, which, when they happen, will undeniably increase density in our end of the town. It will increase automobile traffic on Lark Avenue and Winchester and Los Gatos Boulevard as well. In an emergency, if Lark Avenue was gridlocked, you would have to drive 1 mile in either direction to Blossom Hill Road or to Camden Avenue to get through up to Samaritan Hospital. So please follow the Los Gatos 2020 general plan and keep the building height at 35 feet and approve an amount of square footage that would provide for an office park in keeping with the aesthetics of the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have a 10-minute break. All right, I'm calling the meeting back to order. If everyone will please take a seat. If you can't find a seat in the council chambers, please go out into the lobby. All right, the next speaker will be Chris Cowan, followed by Ann Robinson. Chris Cowan, and if you'll all quiet down so we can listen to him.
Ready to go? Okay, thank you. I'm here tonight to speak in support of an Albright development if it falls under the town requirements, zoning requirements. As it does currently, or as it does not currently, I cannot support it. I think that the project's going to have excessively negative impacts on residents of the Charter Oaks community. It'll be 65-foot tall buildings sitting on top of 15-foot terrain increase, which will create, these office buildings are going to tower 80 feet above the residential properties at distances less than 120 feet. I don't live in the Charter Oaks community, but I think it would be a shame to sit back and watch this happen to them. I think that the town has taken the wrong approach to allowing 65-foot office buildings. I think instead of approving exceptions, the right approach would be to change the design guidelines. Doing so would mean that all residents in the town can enjoy 65-foot buildings in their neighborhoods as well. I don't think that the planned development is a legitimate application here. We're talking about replacing old offices with new offices. It doesn't require a planned development. It's just a tactic to try to avoid town laws, specifically height. I think the fact that we're here today talking about this actually reflects poorly on the town. Shows that outside developers think that they can make proposals that do not follow town laws, and they believe that there's a good chance that it will be approved. The town will basically neglect impacted residences for the promise of increased funding. So I would like to request that the town council reject this development and give assurances to the developer that it will certainly be approved at 35 feet, 350,000 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Robinson, followed by Amy D.
Ann Robinson, 201 Charter Oak Circle. The proposed Albright Office Park comprises 4 65-foot, 4-story buildings and a 49-foot, 4-level parking garage that may have solar panels. The height of 65 feet is too much of an exception to the current zoning of 35 feet and is not consistent with the character of the town. The developer is using a planned development overlay to obtain an exception to the height limitation of 35 feet. According to what I heard at the Planning Commission meeting, the purpose of the planned development is to accommodate excellence in planning and to optimize open space, not to circumvent the underlying zoning of 35 feet and to increase mass and density. In the EIR, there was a lot of comparison with the Netflix Aventino development at 60 feet, but the majority of the Netflix Aventino development is 45 feet. Only the tower is 60 feet. There was very little discussion about the land use compatibility with Charter Oaks, Smith Ranch, Courtside, and the fire station in respect to height and density. If you were to build a model of this development with the surrounding buildings, as per the town council meeting discussing the story pool policy, you would see a massive 4-story development and a parking garage amidst 2-story buildings to the south and west, and to the east, a 1- and 2-story existing residential neighborhood, Charter Oaks, sitting 20 feet below the grade of the proposed Albright site. The height of buildings number 3 and number 4 at 65 feet on an elevation 20 feet higher than Charter Oaks creates towers that are 85 feet above our neighborhood. The proposed development does not fit in the context with the surrounding area. The land use section in the general plan also looks at visual impacts. These 65-foot buildings will block the mountain views as you cross 85 going south on Winchester Boulevard. They will be seen from many locations within Charter Oaks as per my submitted photos, and the lights emanating from these massive 4-story buildings at night will be seen from Aventino, 85, Winchester, Lark, the Los Gatos Creek Trail, Smith Ranch, Courtside, Charter Oaks, and other surrounding neighborhoods. The consultant, Valerie Dreyer, who wrote the land use section of the EIR, stated that the proposed project has greater setbacks when compared to existing building setbacks. But when you look at the proposed building overlay, building number 4, the closest to Charter Oaks neighborhood, has the same setback as the existing 20-foot building. The developer did not properly consider Charter Oaks, the contiguous neighborhood, when designing the proposed site in regards to the visual impacts of vehicle circulation, the parking garage, and the shading of our homes and grounds. The height of the 65-foot building is too much of a deviation from the current zoning of 35 feet. The buildings are not compatible in harmony or blend with the surrounding area or the character of the town, and this development is inconsistent with the several land uses and the community design policies in the general plan that were not mitigated to a less than significant level. Please don't compromise the fundamental values of the general plan, which is our vision for the town of Los Gatos. I am asking the town council to deny the proposed Albright development and send it back for a redesign with a reduced height restriction and less mass and density, preferably underground parking. Thank you.
Amy D., then Brandon Bain.
Hi, my name is Amy D., and I'm the Director of Facilities for Netflix. I'm here to show my support for the Albright development and ask the council to approve this project tonight. Netflix is proud to call Los Gatos home, and we've heard the concerns of its citizens regarding traffic. In an effort to show a commitment to the neighborhood and to reduce vehicle trips, Netflix has agreed to incorporate into the lease for Albright Building 1 a commitment to adopt transportation demand management measures. Some of the measures we will commit to in the lease are already in place today. Those measures in place today are free last-mile shuttles to local mass transit systems, free Wi-Fi commuter shuttles direct from areas like San Francisco and the Tri-Valley, charging stations for electric vehicles, bicycle racks near entrances to every building, showers for our cyclists and pedestrians, on-site amenities which allow employees to complete some errands without leaving the building, such as car wash services, meals, coffee stations, and mail and shipping services. Additionally, we will commit to add coordinating internal carpool programs, preferred parking for carpool located near entrances to every building, and new hire orientation will also include information on commute alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Bain, followed by Eric Connor.
Good evening, Brandon Bain, Garden Drive, San Jose. I am part of the listing team that represents this project along with Steve Horton, my partner. I've been a commercial real estate broker for 17 years. Steve and I have done a number of these types of listings, leases recently representing landlords on this type of product. We currently lease millions of square feet of this type of product, and in doing so, we talk to the users, such as Netflix, on a daily basis and their representatives. I want to talk a little bit about what we find those users want in commercial real estate today and how the proposed project fits with what those needs are. Regarding the size of the proposed projects, today's growing Silicon Valley companies will only locate where they have the opportunity to expand. Los Gatos does not currently have a critical mass of office space to allow companies to grow here. The project needs to have the proposed 500,000 square feet plus to be able to provide that critical mass and meet the demands that are those demands. Regarding the heights and size of the buildings, companies providing, as we've heard earlier today, the employees the ability to collaborate is key. Higher buildings with larger floor plates help solve this collaboration issue. It is not feasible or does not work for companies to have their employees going between buildings to collaborate or having their user groups split in multiple floors because the floor plates are not significantly large to accommodate the user groups. Regarding the building types being proposed, probably the biggest challenge facing these companies today is attracting and retaining quality employees in a very competitive environment. In order to be competitive, these companies need to occupy buildings that are designed and constructed for the employees' health and happiness. That includes spacious buildings with lots of natural light, high ceilings, and indoor and outdoor amenities. These critical components are not found in the early Silicon Valley vintage 1- and 2-story R&D products, and that is why there's been such a high demand for the type of product that's being proposed. The new large office construction that's taking place in neighboring cities over the past 5 years has generated an incredible amount of leases because the cities and those developers have recognized the needs of these companies. In summary, the subject design as proposed is what today's user is looking for. The benefits regarding Netflix have been discussed in detail, and I will tell you that there are other tenants that have a strong interest in locating in this location. It is a wonderful town, and I can tell you that there are at least 2 that we've active discussions with that are currently in neighboring West Valley cities that would love to come and take a look at this project once we have the ability to lease it to them. We need to build this project as designed that includes the square footage discussed to have that opportunity at those tenants and to attract those tenants to Los Gatos and their tax dollars to Los Gatos and not lose them to San Jose, Santa Clara, and other neighboring cities who would welcome them in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eric Connor, then Linda Sundberg.
Great. Thanks very much. My name's Eric Connor. I live in Los Gatos.
Connor, can you start him over again, please? Would you talk into the mic or hold on to it?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Okay. Sorry, I just want to say I'm a scientist. I live in Los Gatos. I look at data. I'm fascinated. I just want to show you this picture. It's black and white. What's amazing about a black and white picture is you can see it in 2 different ways. You can either see a vase or you can see 2 people. We're presented a similar situation in the Albright way. We have people who really support it. And, you know, the motives are money for the schools and also the grade 8 tenantship, which I understand. The other way to see it is for example, this is just showing you where I live in the north section of Los Gatos, right next to Highway 85 and 17. So, by the way, it's very nice to live there and to have the green feeling there too. This is, like with the story poles, I just wanted to give a perspective how close the building is going to be to my house. My house there is on the right side. It's actually a 1-story building, and I'm going to have a 4-story building right next to it. Okay, another thing is there's many traffic lights already on Winchester and Lark already. And you can see, this is Google Maps, and you can see already that there's like long delays indicated by the red. What's proposed by the hexagon traffic analysis is that there's going to be another traffic light built here, and also there's only going to be the right-hand turn and right-hand turn exit. And there's going to be a lot of congestion on this high-demand section of Winchester. So what do I see in this project? I do see traffic. We've all been talking about, this is actually a picture of Lark Avenue, increased building height, also the proximity to the Los Gatos Creek Trail. I do understand that. I mean, we obviously need money for the schools. We want the grade A. We also want to get public transportation. But we have to find the medium between the black and white. Even though I live there, I do support Netflix. I do want the grade A, but I just don't think we need the same extreme height. Like I said to John, I like it, but I don't want 4 stories, please, right next to my little 1-story house. That's it.
Thank you. Linda Sundberg, then Colin Feichmeyer.
So it's the next. You got
the controls on it. Well, we need to pull up.
You need to tell me what it's on. The top. Sorry, I'll try to be quick. I know everybody's tired right now, me included. So, my name is Linda Sundberg. I live in Charter Oaks, very close. In fact, I live at the same place as Eric. And a little bit about myself when we get the first slide here. This is the wrong presentation. Yeah, I can do it without it. So, as I said, I live there, and I can pretty much, when I eat breakfast at night, in the morning, I look out through my window, and right now I see one of those cherry pickers out my window, and it's not, over there, it's right there. And I know that I'm one person, I'm not, a big corporation that can bring in a lot of community money, but I'm a community member, and I also drive out through our community to get out on the road, and every day I feel scared to get out there. I get beeps because people behind me want to get out, and because people are coming up behind me. But what I wanted to bring up was actually, it was an interesting observation driving by Facebook. And I saw they had 2-story buildings. And I was thinking, I need to look this up. So I looked up it on internet. So Facebook, they have a lot of 2-story buildings. Yes, they have 3 and some 4 also. But then looking at Yahoo, I looked at Google. All of those big companies, they have some 2-story and Class A grade buildings. There's one big company called Apple that did seem to be starting to do the 4 building, and I don't know if that's what we want. I think that grade A is still okay for Los Gatos. I'm really not that happy with the project. I wish that we can stay with what we're meant to be doing here in Los Gatos. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Colin Feichmeyer and then Robert Schwimmer. No one's coming forward. Robert Schwimmer. He'll be followed by Michael James. And you can pull the mic down to hear you.
Mayor Spector and council members, my name is Bob Schwimmer. I live in Charter Oaks. Needless to say, we're not happy about the proposed development. We're not against development. The people that are interested in the revenues are, because of this being such a large and I think overpopulated development with excessive occupation of land, and people will seriously deteriorate the quality of the character of life in Los Gatos. In particular, I want to mention the movement of emergency vehicles. We have 101 homes in 21 multi-unit wood frame buildings in Charter Oaks. And Lark Avenue is our only entrance and exit point, and also, of course, for the Los Gatos trail users. Adding thousands more vehicles to the traffic there will exacerbate the problems of emergency traffic. Fire, ambulance, and police vehicles will be severely affected. And just think about what will happen when the North 40 plan comes along and more thousands of vehicles there. The council gave the Planning Commission a job to do, and they did it, and they made a recommendation. And we request that you honor consider carefully the suggestions, if that's what it is, of the Planning Commission, and reject the proposal in its present form. We're not against development of the property. We're against the density of the property, including the height. 35 feet should be plenty considering the area. Thank you. By the way, I came out of Chicago schools, so I'm a public school proponent.
Thank you. Michael James and then Todd Yellen.
Hi, my name is Michael James. I live on Loma Vista Court. I am an employee of Netflix for 2 years. Feels like 4 years. I've been a Los Gatos resident for 3 months. So the reason why I moved here was many reasons, bigger house, better school district, but also a better commute. I improved my commute from West San Jose to here by 4 minutes. So when I hear things about traffic, I used to live by 280. And when people mention that there are congested freeway access points here, I kind of laugh because all along San Jose, the congestion is double or triple than what I experienced. And I lived there for 9 years. Most residents, if I take into account my neighbors, do not work here, yet they live here, meaning they get on the freeways every day. Arguably, when I go to work each day, the people I'm fighting, or not fighting, competing with the most are people who go into court side. And there's more daytime traffic coming from them hourly versus me going morning or evening. And before I moved here, I had a misconception about tall buildings in Los Gatos. I and the majority of most people who don't live in Los Gatos believe that Good Samaritan Hospital is a part of Los Gatos, where we think big tall buildings exist here. In fact, that everything below 85 between Winchester and Union belongs to Los Gatos. Technically, Good Sam is not a part of Los Gatos, but that helicopter still flies over my house. The ambulance still goes back and forth. To the million plus people who drive by it, they think that's Los Gatos. That's not technically true, but the perception exists. This is another tall building like that. It would just fit with that vision, that perception that exists already. The real reason why I moved here is because of Netflix. They hire conscientious, hardworking, efficient, detail-oriented, long-term thinking, do the right thing type of people. Like me, they've chosen to make a large, growing percentage of employees are choosing to make Los Gatos their home. I want to be around people like that, and this would provide a future to bring in more people of that type to come here and live. And I'm thinking 10, 20, 30 years from now. My kids' future, their school future, and my property values depend on having things like that existing. So, thank you.
Thank you. Todd Yellen and then Shiloh Ballard.
Hi, my name is Todd Yellen. Thank you so much for letting me speak here tonight. I am in favor, certainly, of the development on Albright. I come here representing myself, not Netflix, but 7.5 years ago, a small company named Netflix hired me and moved myself and my then pregnant wife and my 2-year-old daughter up to live up here in Northern California. And since I had such small children and I also wanted to do well at my job, I decided to live in this town, and it was a wonderful decision. I'm proud to live here in Los Gatos. It's been great. And I rented for a long time because it was quite expensive. So I lived on the corner of Los Gatos and Shannon for years, saving up money, working hard at Netflix, and I just recently bought a house in Los Gatos. I live at 22 Euclid Avenue. The house I bought was dilapidated before I got it. We've made it, and I'm proud to say, into a really nice modern house, and the neighbors appreciate it, and I have a wonderful neighbors, and it's a great place to live. When I've heard people tonight saying stuff like, we can't, once you go forward, you can't go back to the old way. Well, when I look at, the old prune yard I'm living in now, which is, lovely houses up there and very rustic, that's not going backward, that's going forward of renewing and renovating those houses. The same thing, I was thrilled to see that they're redoing the Los Gatos movie theater downtown, because that's moving forward, because it was a pretty crappy movie theater, and now it's going to be a lovely place. And the same thing goes with Netflix. which is I want Netflix to stay in this town. I want to keep my commute. Now my children are 9 and 7 years old. I want to keep that short commute. I want to continue to be a vibrant member of this great community. But I'm concerned because if we, I hear a lot of wishful thinking, I think, tonight, of people thinking, well, let's have our cake and eat it too. Let's keep those buildings really small, and let's also keep Netflix. And I'm concerned. I represent product development. I'm VP of Product Innovation. I don't know anything that's going on facilities, so I'm just representing myself, but I'm afraid we might have to leave if we don't have a better facility. And it beats, talking about moving forward, I look at what's there right now, and it is an eyesore. It is an old industrial park with very old office space. So this isn't going to be an eyesore. This is going to be a lovely new building. I understand it's large, but it is, like someone mentioned before, in an area that was made to have this kind of workforce living in that place. So that's the place where hopefully we'll be able to maintain Netflix. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shiloh Ballard, and then Wendy Riggs.
Good evening. My name is Shiloh Ballard. I'm here on behalf of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the Leadership Group, we represent over 375 companies in Silicon Valley. We are here in support of the project. We actually supported the previous iteration of the project. And speaking of previous, it actually feels like just yesterday that I stood here before you when in fact it was about 10 years or so ago, in support of what is now the Netflix headquarters, as well as the apartments behind that. And there's some interesting similarities between that project and this one. One of them is that that project actually went through 2 iterations as well. The project was approved, and then the market changed a bit, and the developer came back and wanted to change the mix of office and housing, and so they went through what was again a very contentious process all over again, and were approved. We now are in the same circumstance where we had a project that was approved. We thought it was a good project. There was a successful CEQA challenge, and now we find ourselves back before you today, hoping that you will approve this project. Another similarity is the concern that we heard with the previous project, the Gateway project. A lot of the same concerns back then, 10 years, are being expressed here tonight. Traffic, height, town character. And so I would ask you, now that the apartments, the Aventino and Gateway have been built, have those concerns been brought to light? And was it a bad thing? I would argue absolutely not. The approval of that project paved the way for a locally grown company to plant deep roots and continue to grow here. And tonight, you have the opportunity to do, again, that same kind of decision-making to approve this office complex and bring good jobs to Los Gatos. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Wendy Riggs, and then Maggie Creighton.
Oh, it's even the right way around. Okay. Hi, my name is Wendy Riggs, and myself and my family moved here to Los Gatos about 8.5 years ago. I live on Short Road. I have spent 4 years on the Blossom Hill Home and School Club board as treasurer, and 3 years as a member of the Los Gatos Union School District Budget Advisory Committee. Also a member of the Fisher Site Council, and most recently I was chair of the Yes on Measure B campaign. I do know of quite a bit about K through 8 finance for our schools based upon this work that I have done. I'm in favor of the Albright Netflix project. Earlier, Mr. Van Naeda made a little presentation. I had managed to been given a copy of it and this afternoon, so I very quickly have created a little rebuttal to Mr. Van Naeda's assertions. He indicates that our schools will be awash in money due to the various developments that have happened in town. As can happen with numbers, his numbers paint an incomplete picture. I'm not going to go through this verbatim because I only have a minute and 40 seconds left. But he made a benefit analysis in showing the benefits associated with monies that came. He doubled up on some of the money, so he says $10 million. That actually includes the 5 that then he also mentions later. This has to get split between the K-8 district and the high school district. So then when you take your $5 million and you split it between the 2 districts, now you have $2.5 million per district. But then these monies are coming from, most of them are coming from developments that have housing associated with them, which means they are bringing new students to the schools. He leaves out a development in San Jose that brings 90 students to our schools within a year. So once you take all that into account, by 2018, we get an extra $453 per student to our schools from the developments that we have in place because we have approved so many housing developments. This Albright development has no housing. It is a windfall for the schools. All the money that comes from it, if we didn't have it, we couldn't make up for the money that gets spent in the other places. And so, real quickly, in summary, that $453 gets us to spending a whopping $9,253 per student by 2018. This does not make us a top of the food chain school district. This makes us a barely able to give our teachers a raise kind of school district. And that is not what we want in our community. Please, please approve this project that has no housing associated, brings big dollars to the community in multiple ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, a question for the speaker.
Okay, we have a question. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Spector. Since you are so involved with the finance at the schools, I wanted to ask you a couple questions about...
Unofficial, yeah.
Unofficial. Maybe you can answer them. The current bonding capacity for the Los Gatos Union School District, what is that and what will it be, say, 2 years down the road?
Are you talking about bonding capacity for physical plant, like for building schools? Or for another parcel tax measure?
So let's just say another parcel tax measure.
Well, since I ran the recent parcel tax campaign, I can tell you that our polling indicated that an increase in parcel tax would not successfully pass. You need a 67% voter approval rating in order to pass a parcel tax. We wanted to increase it because we need the school's funding is actually still tight. It is not, we are not at all awash in money. But polling indicated we would not be able to pass an increase. So we went and did a straight renewal, which went through quite successfully because this town has always renewed, and we're able to say great schools, no new taxes. But when the parcel tax was originally put through, it accounted for about 20% of the school's budget. It is now down to about 10% of the school's budget. But if you're talking about physical plant, I believe that bonding capacity, my understanding, and I'm not the official business operations person of the district or anything, but my understanding is we're maximized on that.
Just one other quick question. What about the high school district? Do you know what their capacity is currently?
My oldest child will be in high school next year, so I'm not as well versed on the high school, but I can tell you that they passed a parcel tax 2 years ago in 2010, and because they are tied, it's them, Los Gatos and Saratoga combined, it is 2 different communities that you're going to, and I believe it was an $89 tax. 49, sorry, they wanted more, right. It's a $49 tax, and they were passed by 69%, not a whole lot. So I think they feel they're kind of maximized there.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Maggie Creighton, followed by Jan Prizavalli.
Hi, Maggie Creighton, a 47-plus year resident of Los Gatos, and it is one of the first loves of my life. However, what's not to like about Los Gatos? What is this stuff? I'm feeling like some commercial real estate people are trying to scare us, that if we don't change...
Maggie, if you talk to us, please.
Can I talk what?
Just talk towards us.
Oh, sorry. What's not to... what's not to like? What do you want to change? What people really like about us is the fact that we stand solid on what we believe and how we feel about the issues that makes our town what it is. I just have to say this. This is what people like about us, that we do stand our ground, that we have integrity, and we are different. We don't necessarily think that money is the only issue. Schools, yeah, we do need more money for that. But I think it would be a total disaster to pass this plea on the part of these builders right now the way it is. I think it's great for Netflix to be here. I think it's wonderful that they grew here. But if they've outgrown us, I don't know. The way I feel is if we have to change our character, if we have to change our integrity, if we have to change what we stand for and who we are and what we've been, maybe it's time for them to move on. Or maybe it's time to cooperate, to compromise, and to do something that's very different and very creative and try to get those buildings remodeled or whatever. But hey, let's not mess around with who we are here in Los Gatos. I'm proud of those of you who speak up for what you want and what you stand for. But this town is what it is because we have stood solid on what we believe is right. And that plan, that general plan, needs to stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Jan Prinzavali and Lee Quintana.
Hi, I'm Jan Prinzavali. I live at Charter Oaks. People seem to believe that the Albright plan for four-story buildings and a parking garage well above the 35-foot Los Gatos height restriction must be accepted without compromise, or the town's economic vitality will be jeopardized. I'm sorry that they have so little faith in our town's resourcefulness and ability to effectively manage its services. There are many sources of revenue that are anticipated in the future. We have the North 40. There are new buildings on Santa Cruz now that I'm sure are adding to our revenue base. And whatever tenants we have at Albright, if they develop, will also be paying into the tax fund. Now I ask and I wonder, why not underground construction? Why wasn't anything built within the ground that would satisfy Netflix and the town's height restriction? If we did 3 floors, the first floor could be graded for natural light. They could even put parking below that, which would make the whole setting much more beautiful, park-like, and attractive to Netflix or other Class A tenants. I did ask Mr. Shank at a meeting at Charter Oaks, why not? And he said, not the air quality, but it was too costly. Well, what about the cost of our views? What about the cost of our privacy at Charter Oaks? There is a cost there that will go on forever. Now, those in favor of the currently proposed Albright Office Park are investors, contractors, realtors, and tenants whose profit depends on building size. The larger the building, the more money generated. How many town people without a personal profit motive have spoken for this project? If Albright is approved, every new developer will be able to point to this precedent in designing their buildings. And so how would you like to have a big 4-story building looming over your house and yard? And what will happen to our small town appeal? Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Quintana, followed by Woody Needham.
Lee Quintana and Vanna White. I'm going to start from backwards because I usually run out of time. time. I'm going to start with my conclusions. I'm going to ask that you please either deny this project or refer it back to the Planning Commission for significant redesign. Some compromise in height may be acceptable, but only if all the conditions of the citizens group are met. Next. The evolution of the SONA element of the general plan, the interpretation in the EIR that the project is consistent with the general plan, using the Gateway project as a precedent for assuming that the Albright proposal is consistent with the general plan, and the consistency of the proposed PD zoning with the general plan are all interconnected. At no time during the research that I've been doing lately have I found that specific exceptions to the general plan height were discussed for the SONA light rail area or any other area in town. In fact, neither the zoning height standards of the general plan nor the general plan standards have been changed since the 1960s. The town has had over 30 years to choose to discuss identifying specific areas within the SONA light rail area that could be considered. This has not occurred. The photo up here is the 1985 original element of the SONA plan. It was called the Route 85 plan, and this shows the proposal to have light rail down the center with an at-grade crossing at Bascom. Next. I scanned through records from the original, and this is a series of subsequent, general plans. Next. I scanned through the records of the original Gateway proposal, and it seemed like deja vu. Gateway came before the Planning Commission while I was a novice commissioner, putting aside the question of consistency and goals. I believe then, and believe even more strongly today, that text amendments were necessary to maintain the Gateway PD's consistency with the general plan. Although Albright's consistency issue is less complicated, they both share exceptions to the height of the general plan. A PD can vary zoning standards, but those standards will still need to be consistent with general plan standards according to state law. To maintain consistency with general plan requires a general plan text amendment. This is a common practice in other communities. Continuing to adhere to the interpretation, next, that PD zonings can vary general plan standards without first establishing an exception to the general plan will compromise the predictability of land use decisions in the town, and essentially we will have no general plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Woody Needham, followed by Richard Huber.
Good evening, Council. My name is Woody Needham, and I live on Azalea Way. I simply want to urge the Council to be very careful with this development and this project. We're in the middle of an historic amount of building in this town, and we've already made mistakes. I wince every time I pass the Honda dealership and see all those houses jammed in there, cheek upon jowl. This isn't in keeping with the small town image that we say we cherish. Please take a comprehensive view of this thing. Decide it with a vision as to how the Honda dealership, Swanson, McHugh, the North 40, this project and all the others will fit together and affect the town in all aspects. In essence, we need to keep our eye on the whole orchestra and not just the tuba. And so that's what I urge you to do. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you. Richard Huber, and followed by Rafael Oliverio.
Madam Mayor, council members, and ladies and gentlemen, my name's Richard Huber. I live in Charter Oaks, and I see an awfully lot of
Mr. Huber, if you'll direct yourself to us, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I see a lot of stickers on the shirts of folks here tonight supporting the Albright project. So I'm going to propose a plan here that would be very similar. Let's say that we're going to have 4 buildings, each 65 feet high, a parking garage and parking lot that would accommodate somewhere around 1,000 cars. And it sounds a lot like the Albright project, but we're going to have one big difference. We're going to put it adjacent to your backyard. And I just wonder how enthused you supporters of this project would be then. But yet, this is what you're asking from those of us who live adjacent to the Albright project. I believe that the general plan that exists is there for a reason, and it's to maintain a lifestyle and quality of life that we have here in Los Gatos. And a quality of life involving things like population density, traffic congestion, building size. And right now, it looks to me like the Albright project plan violates all those rights. And so I would urge the City Council to enact maybe some new building codes, for example, maybe a 35-foot limit on that district there, as there is already on other zoning districts, and then invite the developer to submit new plans that would be consistent with the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Rafael Oliverio, and then John Michael Sobrato.
All right, good evening, folks. My name is Rafael. I live in Aventino. As you know, it's right behind Netflix headquarters. People are really concerned about traffic, and I have to say, I have no problem to access the complex I live. I have no problem to access 85. That's any time of day. It can be in the morning, it can be in the evening, it can be in the afternoon. I can drive any time over there. It's really quiet. I don't see, I cannot hear any noise from Netflix employees. I'll tell you what, I don't know what they are. The other point is a semi-point, basically, the traffic. I believe we can really invest in infrastructure, public transportation, instead just turn our back and let Netflix go. Another point is, as we know, unemployment is one major issue. Maybe not here in Los Gatos, maybe not in California, maybe not in Saratoga, but it is one major issue. We don't know what's going to be for the town in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. But as far as I know, we cannot just let this opportunity pass by. I have kids, I have 3 kids. One day they're going to be out of college. One day they're going to be looking for a job. And I don't want to see my kids just to move to another town. They can go anywhere, basically. They're going to be free to go anywhere. But I don't want to see my kids come to me and say, hey, Daddy, I have to go to another place, to another state, to another planet, because I cannot find a secure job in Los Gatos. And I just ask you folks for the approval and watch those guys over there. Make sure they do everything they promise. Make sure they do everything they show in the project. And please give the approval. Thank you.
Thank you. John Sobrato, followed by Carla Macer or Mason. All right. Mr. Sobrato's not here. Carla Mason or Macer. Not here. Carl Gardino, followed by Joe Carroll.
Good evening, Mayor Spector and members of the Town Council. The only part of my testimony that I thought I might have to change tonight was whether I was going to say good evening or good morning, and I'm glad that it's good evening. I wanted to speak with you briefly tonight, both professionally and personally. Professionally, as many of you know, I'm CEO of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, and on behalf of our 375 member companies, we stand strongly in support of the Netflix proposal, and we're proud that Netflix is one of those 375 members. We're also proud of the project as proposed. We supported it when it was 5 stories and included senior homes. We're still sorry that we've lost homes for senior citizens in that location. Netflix wants this facility as it is because of the corporate culture that they value of employee interaction and creativity. It is not something that they want to compromise on. It replaces a dilapidated, outmoded, and empty office park next to a PG&E substation, a freeway, and a railroad track. I wanted to speak a little bit about Reed Hastings because I've heard interesting comments about employers and the folks who want this facility this evening. Reed Hastings is one of the finest CEOs and most civic-minded leaders that I've ever met. He's a former Peace Corps volunteer and high school teacher. He's a former president of the State Board of Education. And the success of Netflix and the sales tax revenue it brings is tied directly to the financial sustainability of the town and our schools. Let me briefly speak personally. I moved to Los Gatos 10 years ago. I was married here. We're raising our 2 young daughters here. We now live 100 yards out of Los Gatos in Montessorino, which Joe Przezinski will never let me forget. With our eldest daughter attending Dave's Avenue Elementary School, and a member of Courtside Club for 10 years located directly across the street from the proposed development. Some people were blessed to be born in Los Gatos. Some of us were simply wise enough to move here. Netflix chose to be birthed here, to grow here, to IPO here, to stay here, and now, hopefully, to expand here. We support that growth. We hope you will as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Joe Carroll, followed by Dale Miller.
Thank you, Joe Carroll, a 16-year resident here and 20 years prior in Saratoga. Around town, you hear a lot of people talking about change and how they don't want it, and I think that's physically they don't want to see it. But the fact is, in my perspective, the last 7 to 10 years have been huge changes in Los Gatos, and that is the continuing and consistent erosion of annual income to the town. Much of that is due to car dealerships. They're no longer a viable thing to leave on this expensive land. And then, of course, the internet retailing and how that's taken place. So it's changing all the time. I think your job as leaders is to make a very difficult decision. But at the same time, I think that decision is how to figure out how to create something that's the least intrusive way to keep Los Gatos beautiful, but also financially vibrant. Netflix is not a speculative opportunity. This is not a developer that wants to come in and just wing it and hope that somebody shows up. I mean, Netflix leadership is born and bred in Los Gatos. They love this town like we love this town. That's why they're fighting so hard to stay here, from my perspective. They want to build a beautiful project and make it an asset for Los Gatos, and that's what I'm saying, an asset. This is an asset. A tech campus in the West Valley is an asset to any town. It's very hard to find 500,000 square feet. From a commercial real estate perspective, 500,000 square feet and more creates a campus. There's only certain types of companies that are going to look at these kind of things, and they're national credit, large, worldwide companies. To me, I see this as an insurance chip for Los Gatos that we can cash in for the next 40, 50 years. We're going to always have the likes of a Yahoo, a Google, or whoever the latest Yahoo and Google are looking at this kind of thing. It'll help keep our town, I think, beautiful for a long, long time. I don't think that we should continue to put our revenue hopes on traditional retail projects. I just heard last night that J. Crew had their 8th time in the last 12 months their windows were shot at. Companies like this are not going to stay around here and continue doing things forever. We can't put everything in retail. I think this location, where it is, everything about it is going to be very, very good for the town. How often do people come into our chambers and offer up a $300 million investment? That's what this is. It's a $300 million investment in this town, which is equivalent to about 15 new Los Gatos libraries. It's a big deal. This group could also build a 900,000 square foot manufacturing facility on here per our current standards. It would be really ugly. I think this project's going to be great. 23% coverage, really very low coverage. It's basically 4 acres of buildings on 20 acres. It's like a park. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dale Miller, and then looks like Tom Willer.
Dale Miller, 115 Newell Court. For those who aren't aware, Newell Avenue is a cul-de-sac with 3 cul-de-sacs off it that surround Larkin Winchester. So if Larkin Winchester went straight, it would run right up to our neighborhood. So my concern with this project is it's being treated as a isolated project. It's not looking at the overall process that's going on in Los Gatos. So the 3 large, we talked about earlier, the AHAs, the North 40, and Albright. Albright is a very dense development. I think we need to go back and take it back to the Planning Commission. They had a compromise early on about a 45-foot building that seemed to be a much more manageable site. The issue I have is the traffic. The traffic is talked about individually. As I've looked through the EIR, it says there's about 6,000 planned trips from this site as it is developed today, incremental to where it is. The traffic already on Larkin Winchester, I have to go every day to work and from work on Larkin Winchester. So I've done some averages, just observations. So on a typical night between 6 and 7 typically, between 18 and 24 cars go through a light, and the light's about 55 seconds, somewhere in that range. So just to move, say, 1,500 cars through that intersection is around 2.5 hours. If you had 24 cars per cycle to do the 1,500 trips, you have about 2 hours of straight traffic. So the traffic, we haven't even talked about the AHAs on the Lark. We haven't talked about the North 40 to Lark. The infrastructure needs to be addressed in this. I don't think it's adequately addressed in the current EIR because it's an island of information. It's not taking what happens to the North 40. And as you know, there's no way to go south on 85 except you have to go down Lark. So depending on where people are hired for this site, it's not just be Netflix employees, it'll be lots of employees. They have to go lots of ways. Anybody that's coming south on 85 has to go down Lark. And that has not been considered in this project or any of these projects that are in process right now. And what's the consolidated impact of the traffic? So people that say it's not a traffic issue, I don't buy it, because today it's a traffic issue with it is today, as it is today. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, W-I-L-L-E-R-E-R is what it looks like. All right. Todd Trakel. And then Eric Holgrimson.
Good evening. My name is Todd Trickell, and I live at 34 East Main Street, just right next door here. I've lived here in town for the last 7 years. I strongly support those who've come before me this evening who support this project. I believe this project is right for our town. I believe it's the right time for this project. And if you look at other communities, they would be rolling out a red carpet for a company like Netflix to stay. And I believe that we need to be doing the same thing. So I highly encourage you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Holgrimson and then John Shepherdson.
Hi, my name is Eric Holgrimson. I'm happy to make it before midnight. I've been a broker here in Los Gatos for about 15 years. I currently represent roughly 500,000 square feet of your office product in town, which is about a fourth of the market. Mayor Spector and Councilmember McNutt, you may remember me from I represented the town in the acquisition of the property that now houses the police station. So you may remember me from that transaction. Most importantly, I was the broker who lost Netflix last time. We represented the ownership on 973 University. We spent about $80,000 in various designs in an attempt to retain them when the Aventino Gateway project was approved the last time, and we were unable to get any interest out of them for a 2-story facility at that time, which is why the Gateway project kept them in the town at that time, roughly 10 years ago. Most importantly, I'm here on behalf of that ownership, the Picardo Corporation, the ownership on the commercial side that is most impacted by the proposed development, being the owner of all the office space on the corner of Larkin University, totaling about 270,000 feet. Outside of some current concerns that have been addressed tonight about how to handle traffic appropriately, it is our opinion that the project would be a good addition to Los Gatos. I can tell you, based on listening to this and some of the Planning Commission comments, that while a 350,000 square foot project may sound great, it's not economically feasible. You don't tear down 250,000 feet to build 350,000 feet. The space, while archaic in its existing form, can be rented for something, and the incremental benefit you can only get with a modified project that increases the scale more than just to 350,000 feet. And I don't think a lot of the opinions have shown that economically. Finally, we have a number of tech tenants in our project that can expand, and talking about moving outside the town as we speak, such as Pertino, who we can't accommodate any expansion. Cryptic Studios is also a tenant that doesn't seem to be focused on staying in Los Gatos as a tech company because we can't provide them suitable facilities, just to name a couple that are our current tenants. So I think it's important that we look at this not only from a more holistic perspective. I don't think that some of the proposals tonight are actually feasible. I understand that the current project does have some impact to the town, but at some point you have to decide whether you want to be part of the tech movement or keep the real small town nature of the town. But you can't have your cake and eat it too from a tax revenue perspective, and it's something to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Shepardson, followed by Mary Karras.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I will speak quickly. First of all, the core issue as I see it, do we break our general plan for short-term profit? That's really what the issue is about tonight. Secondly, will Netflix leave if the developer doesn't get what it wants tonight? I have not heard anyone say if they don't get what they want tonight that they're leaving. Thirdly, Mr. Shanks said at 85 feet, that's what Netflix had to have. Well, now they're at 65 feet. I see this as a giant negotiation, and they're bluffing to get as much as they can. We can do better. So this is the existing site, the existing Albright site. It conforms to the general plan. It has Netflix, whatnot. Then we go to the developer's proposal, and what does it have? It jumps to 65 feet, 550,000 square feet, more traffic gridlock risk. We lose small town character. We block the views. It's not conforming with the general plan. The Charter Oaks people lose their privacy. And the developer was required by court order to do the EIR. They didn't want to do that. To Joe's point, in terms of personal responsibility, corporate responsibility, they made that call. Their development costs have gone up because they chose to make a decision not to get an EIR. The schools, the projection is, I believe, from Ms. Logan, that it's 1.4 million that the schools will generate. Well, at 350,000 square feet, you'll generate $890,000 of tax revenue. So you get 63% of the money, but you don't get all of the problems created by the project. You keep Netflix because you got 350, they're at least for 137,000. They got another $200,000 to expand to. Rate of return, we just heard the gentleman on what you can make on this project. The return on investment, according to the developer's EPS project, is 7.1% rate of return. At 350, under their EPS document, it's 6.3%. So we are fighting, this town is fighting over 0.08% of a percentage point because the developer wants that less than 1%. That's what we're fighting over, 1% in income. So if they just compromise, which is what this town is about, and go with 350, they can make 90% of their money or more. But they're fighting for that 1%. And that's why, as a citizen of this town, long time, 48 years, volunteered in the schools, just like some of the well-meaning people on the other side. Lexington, I did the PE up there every week at Lexington. I was in Lions Club. The Constitution that is at the Los Gatos High School in front of the office, I helped I was a primary mover of that for the Lions Club. So I'm invested in this town. Is Netflix going to be here in 48 years? They have to look after their interests. So I'm done.
Yes, you are. Thank you. Mary Karras, followed by Joris Evers.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council members. My name is Mary Kairis. I live at 107 Walnut Hill Court, Charter Oaks Townhouses. I am an original owner and have been in these last 38 years, since 1975, and I've seen a lot of changes in Los Gatos, most for the better. Also, I have been and still am an avid bicyclist, long distance, short distance, and I do all of my errands that I can on my bicycle. The bicycle path, the creek trail is fine, but it's often impractical. So unfortunately, I must use Lark Avenue, and I must always ride on the sidewalk. This is a very nerve-wracking area. Now, we all know there has been death on Lark Avenue. He was a pedestrian on the sidewalk. Last week, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I was bicycling on the sidewalk close to 17 and the Garden Hill intersection when an ambulance was trying to get through the traffic. They had to honk their horn many times, and they were stuck there because these drivers had nowhere to go. Left turn onto Highway 17, committed to the next turnoff, or a right-hand turn onto Garden Hill, a block out of their way. So the ambulance was stuck there for an unacceptable amount of time, and that was just one emergency vehicle.
You are not on.
Thank you. Traffic in, hello? Am I here?
You are on now.
Okay. Traffic in this area is already overloaded, and the density of this Albright project will only make traffic much, much worse. The Planning Commission made the right call in their non-approval of this, so please, council members, very carefully consider the negative impact on traffic that this project will inflict on our small, quaint town. Just say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Joris Evers, followed by Ginger McDonald.
Good evening. My name is Joris Evers. I've lived in Los Gatos for about 2 years now, and also work at Netflix as Director of Communications, also for almost 2 years. And I do really love our very small town. I think it's a great thing that it's a small town. I'm a bicyclist like the previous speaker, and I love being able to cycle to work, one of the great benefits of living in a smaller town. We have a son who's 7 months old now. I hope he will be growing up in Los Gatos, going to our schools, and also live in a town that is future-proof. So that's why I do ask you to go and approve this project and have the new buildings built, because I think you'll be future-proofing the town for me and for many more generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginger McDonald. I don't think Ms. McDonald is here. The next person didn't give a name but gave an address, 115 Almond Hill Court. Someone here from 115 Almond Hill Court? Seeing no one coming forward. G.P. Gruel, followed by Joanne Torre.
Hi, I'm G.P. Graywall, and we have lived in Charter Oaks on Walnut Hill Court for 13 years now with our 3 little children that go use the Los Gatos schools. I recommend that you send this plan back to the Planning Commission for review and make sure that it follows the general plan. If you look at our neighborhood, there are 3 significant impacts that it's going to have. One is it's going to add to the traffic congestion. Even today, it's hard to get out of Charter Oaks on certain days. And second is it's going to contribute to the pollution, because we're going to have few thousand cars coming in and out of right next to our boundary. And the third thing is the buildings, the tall buildings right next. Like some of the neighbors are going to have them right in front of their windows, and that's going to lead to property value impacted. And so one of the things I want to talk about is how the current plan is put together. So if you go currently to the Albright project, the traffic goes in the middle and all the buildings are on the sides. So the traffic is away from Charter Oaks. And what the current plan proposes is to move the traffic closer to Charter Oaks. So they're going to be 70% of the traffic, which is roughly 40 cars that are expected to enter, are going to go close to the Charter Oaks boundary. And similarly, a large percent of the traffic exiting is going to go the same way. The second thing is this development is elevated compared to Charter Oaks. So there are about 50 parking spaces that are going to face Charter Oaks. And these parking spaces, when people park their cars at night, they're going to be shining their lights into people's living rooms. And all the noise from the parking is going to be a nuisance to some of the people that live close to that boundary. So I recommend that you send this plan back to the Planning Commission so that they make the change to follow the general plan.
Thank you. Jeannie Torre, who will be followed by Jennifer Gruhl.
Good evening. My name is Jean Torrey. When I first moved to California back in 1967 and saw Los Gatos tucked beneath its surrounding hills, I knew I wanted to live there. By 1972, I did. Its feel of a real town with a beautiful setting and a unique personality drew me in, still does. I do support development, including redevelopment of the Albright property, if it's done responsible and if it adheres to the town's vision and building requirements. Excuse me. The town website and general plan visions say what makes Los Gatos special is its small town character and unique physical setting. The town website and the vision and the general plan have multiple references to retaining the small town image. I think a previous speaker said the general plan itself had 18 references. The general plan describes a shared vision for the future of Los Gatos that does not say don't develop, but does say do it in a way that will ensure that Los Gatos maintains a balanced, well-designed mix of residential, commercial, service, and open space uses, and fosters a community with a small-town, village-like character. It also states that preserving the small-town character of Los Gatos requires attention to a collection of related issues, including density and intensity, congestion, views of the hills, among others. The building requirements for light industrial use, which includes use for research and development such as Netflix, specifies a 35-foot height limit. The proposal currently before the Town Council for redevelopment of the Albright Way property, which sits at the Winchester Boulevard gateway to Los Gatos, violates both. Building requirements, it specifies 4 four-story office towers with 550 square feet at 65 feet high, plus a multi-level parking structure at 49 feet high or 35 feet until the solar structure is added. Views of the hills will be overpowered by this mass and density. Intensity and congestion, traffic has been discussed many times already this evening. It's already stop and go during commute time. The addition of traffic from this development and others in the area will bring it to a halt. For at least the above reasons, I beg you to require a design option that is less massive and that complies with the general plan height limit and does not set a precedent for exceptions, thus protecting the vistas, retaining the town character, and still providing the revenues to the town that are desired. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jennifer Gruhl, and then Pat Bortle.
My name is Jennifer Graywall. I live at 103 Walnut Hill Court in Los Gatos, that is in Charter Oaks. My husband and I have lived there since 2000. For the past 5 years, I've served as the Vice President of the Charter Oaks Board of Directors. I would like to make sure you know that the Charter Oaks Board of Directors has unanimously voted that the scope of this project needs to be reduced for traffic reasons and for visual impact reasons, especially given that our community is in the shadow of this proposed development. As a 13-year homeowner at Charter Oaks and a parent of 3 elementary boys in the Los Gatos schools, I have looked at both sides of the money versus the town's general plan argument. Bringing this project into compliance with the town plan at 35,350 will reduce the potential tax revenue by approximately $200,000. This amount does not equal what we will be giving up with our town and increased traffic. When you add all of the other tax revenues from the other developments that are planned and approved, it makes even less sense to make the exceptions being asked for by the Albright developers. The Albright redevelopment is inevitable. Class A office space is a good thing for Los Gatos. New tax revenues are as well. However, following our town's general plan and respecting those living and raising families next to these proposed developments must occur. I refer to the Albright developers' own feasibility analysis that was prepared by their own expert and submitted to the town. To quote it, it says by the consultant, to identify an appropriate lease rate, EPS reviewed market comparables in the Silicon Valley region, as there are few, if any, appropriate comparable available in Los Gatos specifically. Let's not have this project be the one that the next development has to look at for the exception when they need to point to something. From that same document, how do I go to the next? From that same document, their ROI is reduced by only 0.08% if the project is reduced to 350,000 square feet. So to address the realtor that spoke in front of me, that is less than 1% to reduce this project and come in line with the town's plan. We can find a compromise. We need a compromise. I fear this exception will be setting precedent for future redevelopment plans. Please look at all of the office space that is projected to be built or needs to be redeveloped within Los Gatos. If this section is made, how can the town possibly deny more exceptions? Please require the Albright project to comply with our existing building restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Bortle, followed by Alex Garwood.
Madam Mayor and Council, my name is Pat Bortle, and I live on Charter Oak Circle. The cherry pickers are a failure. The cherry pickers have told me nothing about the buildings. The developer has only done minimal displays because the public would not support the large business buildings if they actually saw their size, scale, and mass. I simply cannot visualize how the buildings will look. Can anyone in town visualize what they're going to look like? Not one of the buildings has 4 corners shown. Not any of the cherry pickers are netted from one picker to the other. They just stand there. I have no real sense of what the buildings are going to look like, even with the trees. Since the buildings are so large and so close to residential homes and the freeway, I am in the dark about how they will look in the dark. I hope they don't look like the even taller version of the side view of the existing Netflix building. And this is the side of Netflix. So you go and put all that in the 4-story buildings. It's going to be like a big show for all of the people around. I support the 35,000 plan. The plan is reasonable, consistent with the general plan, and respectful of Charter Oaks and the other nearby residential neighborhoods and businesses. Why blot out our view of the mountains? Los Gatos can afford to be reasonable and can't afford permanent loss of our small town character. We can't allow our standards to be bought off. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Garwood, followed by Stephen McNulty.
Mayor and council members, my name is Alex Garwood. My wife and I and our 3 young boys live on Inglewood. And what I'll tell you, I'm not a realtor, I'm not a developer, I'm not a lobbyist, but I am a proud resident of this town. And with that, when I have the opportunity, I work in Sunnyvale at a high-tech company. And when I have the opportunity, when someone says, where do you live? I say, I'm raising my family in Los Gatos. And I say it with pride. Now, I had the honor to be born here, but I've earned my way back in this town. My wife and I work very, very hard to raise our sons here and for those schools. So it's an honor to be in this town. Having said that, a big part of this town, there's been a number of statements here about people who care or don't care. We all love our town. And a huge part of it is the vibrant downtown, the vistas, the views, the people, the diversity. It's an awesome town, but a big, big part of that is schools. If we don't have the revenue from the Netflix project, from Albright, from the other companies that may come, where does that revenue come from? So how do we explain to our children? How do you explain to my sons why they're going to school in 30-person classrooms? How do we explain that? I don't have an answer. This is a potential answer. There's more revenue to come. That's great. But for the kids, the opportunity to raise them in this town it's why we're here. It's why we work hard. So I'm a dad. I'm a coach. I came here from my kids' Little League game because I care. Again, we all do. I'm also a homeowner. So our town is worth, it's this incredible place that we all strive to be a part of. Our homes are worth what they are in large part because of the schools. If and when the schools start downwards, which you can argue that they are, despite the hard work from our teachers, from our parents who do what they do, what's next? How do we fix that? How do I look my sons in the eye and say, your mom and I worked very hard to stay here, but you won't have that opportunity? I urge you to pass this. Do it for our town. It's the right thing for all of us. You have the ability to do it within the plan, to make the exceptions. You can do it. You can do it for our town. You can do it for all the residents. It's for the many. It's for the good of all. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and if you're going to be speaking, don't leave the chambers. Take a 5-minute break and then come back. Calling the meeting back to order, I want to thank you for allowing us to have this break. Quite frankly, I don't know if I've called these names yet or not. Alex Garwood, followed by Stephen McNulty. Okay, so are we at Stephen McNulty? And he will be followed by William Burns.
Good evening. My name is Stephen McNulty, and I live here in Los Gatos on Los Gatos Almaden Road. I and my wife have raised our 2 children in this town, and they have gone through Los Gatos schools, and we are proud to be residents here in this town. My brother-in-law, Peter Carter, would have supported this project. When the Sobrato project was on the table before this council, he urged me to come down and tell you why I thought it was a good idea. And this project is also a very good idea for the same reasons. I live here, my family lives here, I want to continue to live here. I work close by, I work for the county of Santa Clara, and I would not commute any further than I already have to. I want my children to live here too. I want them to have an opportunity. They're both in college right now. They're both looking at the high-tech industry for their careers. Netflix brings exactly those type of jobs to this community. We've already discussed all of the other reasons why we should approve this project. The income, they're going to be very ecologically built. They've projected impacts that may or may not be difficult for part of the community, but I think overall it's a very good decision that this council approve the development, and I urge your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. William Burns, then Jeffrey Schwartz. William Burns is not coming forward. How about Jeffrey Schwartz? Is Mr. Burns? Mr. Burns.
Good evening, Council. My name is William Burns. I live at 140 Newell Avenue in Los Gatos, which overlooks this project, and I am violently opposed to it. It makes no sense whatsoever. It appears to me that this organization and developer is using the developer's playbook and bringing all these people in who have been well coached to tell you various things. We have all of the school teachers who are saying that this thing is going to support the schools for a long period of time, which I believe is a baloney. But I think we have to decide this based on its effect upon the character of the town. And I think it's extremely damaging to the character of the town when you put 65-foot buildings in there and you create tremendous traffic jams and problems for the people that are living around it, especially Charter Oaks and the areas which have not been mentioned, which is La Rinconada and all the other surrounding properties. I don't know why those haven't been mentioned. It's surprising that the Town Planning Commission or Planning Department hasn't gone to those neighborhoods and discussed these things with those people. But as far as the project, the approach that they've used to show is that they're not going to be able to rent these things because they're not 4-story Class A buildings. Obviously, if they're 3-story or if they're 2-story, they certainly can rent them. They might not make quite as much money, but I don't think it's the job of the town to guarantee these people that they're going to make a profit. I think this whole thing is based upon greed, and that's what's motivating. And it's also an arrogance on the part of the developer that won't go through and communicate with the town and decide that they'll do something else. As far as the people that live in the area, if this is put into effect, it's going to create further problems. And as council members, remember that council members come and go, and we are the ones who live in that area and will live there with the devastating consequences. I would ask for one other point, which is not related to that, and that is I believe that there's a conflict that Mr. Paszynski has on this issue because of his relationship with the VTA. I went to a meeting which he was talking about which I guess he's the main proponent of the light rail, and he basically tied these two projects together, which I think creates a conflict, and I think he should be reviewed by independent counsel as far as his ability to vote on these issues.
Thank you. Jeffrey Schwartz, followed by Peggy Gibbs. Jeffrey Schwartz. All right, Peggy Gibbs, who will be followed by Mike Gibbs.
Good evening. Thank you for the time that you're taking and the thoughtfulness that you are using to review this important issue. My name is Peggy Gibbs. I live at 239 Vista de Sierra. I've been a resident for 20 plus years. I'm a business owner of an entrepreneur academy for youth. I'm a parent of 2 children that have gone through the Los Gatos School District, and I am a board member of the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce. The Albright property development has the opportunity to take the large Class A development that we currently are speaking of and turn the 10 outdated, aging, and in some cases completely empty buildings that are currently existing on a generous 21-acre site into 4 buildings and increase green space that will draw major corporate users to our town. In addition, Netflix has said that they have signed a lease for the first of the 4 buildings to be used and has options to use more of the space as well. That's a pretty good beginning. This commitment by our largest employer in Los Gatos assures that while the development is occurring, Los Gatos will benefit from the $2 million in annual sales revenue that Netflix pays to the town, and which makes up approximately 6% of the general fund revenue. In addition, the original developer fees that have been listed earlier at $1.6 million would be applied toward Los Gatos community benefits, such as transportation improvements and school district needs, among others. Netflix is a successful business that grew up here in Los Gatos and has benefited all of our citizens with their sales revenue to date. I do not want to lose Netflix, which would be detrimental to our community. But this development is not, if it is not approved, we stand to lose even more than just Netflix. We'll miss the opportunity of a lifetime to draw the vitality of the best and the brightest entrepreneurs and business leaders to our town. Currently, there's a revival of the office space in Silicon Valley, and we're uniquely poised to take advantage of this. It's a moment to energize and ensure that we signal to others that Los Gatos is a town in which to create, grow, adapt, and thrive. This property development is the best use in context for this site. We've heard that other developers may want 4th-story buildings. Well, each development is looked at independently and uniquely, and I trust you to do that. This is not going to set a precedence. This is going to set a development for this particular site in a best use, in a best way for our town's benefit. I urge you to approve this site with the current plan and look forward to being able to reap the benefits of that for many, many years to come.
Thank you. Mike Gibbs and then Wendy Ottinger.
Mayor, council members, you're a patient bunch. I was here more than 2 years ago, slightly different mix of the council, and we went until 12:30 or 12:45, something like that. So you guys have got a lot more patience than I do. And we were here then, the developer compromised. I'm not a developer, I'm not an investor, I'm not a real estate agent. Peggy's already mentioned. We grew up kids here and sent them to schools. We chose to live here for a reason. So, we were also at the Planning Commission meeting, and it was a pretty interesting doggone meeting. One of the Planning Commission members, I won't name who it was, talked about the big, tall, monolithic building that that was out on Highway 85. He didn't mention what it was, and he talked about it in a relatively negative way. And I thought, well, you know, I only know one building out there, you know, at Los Gatos and 85, and it's Good Samaritan's new building out there. And he talked about it as, and I know it's in San Jose, it's not in Los Gatos, right? It's 5 stories. And he talked about it in a negative way, and it hit me that this was the new cancer center. Going to be staffed by Stanford doctors. Experts from all over the world are going to come there. And what seemed to me to be the message was that the size of the building was more important than the treatment that the people were going to get inside that building. And it really, really sent a message to me about how we need to look to the future, not look to the back side of things. If that building had come up for approval here in Los Gatos, would we be standing here looking at that building now? I'm not sure. So I think it's all been said, a lot of brilliant things. I had a lot of stuff written down here. I'm not going to say it and waste you guys' time. But I did hear a lot of negative things coming out against it. I think they came from one neighborhood. But then I made a list of what I heard from everybody else. Heard 3 business owners come up. I heard head of the Los Gatos Chamber, the executive director of Los Gatos Chamber, head of the High School Millennium Foundation. I heard a young woman who's a mom talk about the K-8 funding very eloquently. And all those things stand on the side of yes. And I just encourage you guys to think about what the cost of no is. And this city is now facing in this current budget, a $1.8 million deficit. It's going to get worse, not better. We don't have redevelopment funds. So I just encourage you to think about where are you going to cut services. City safety is $13 million out of the budget. Is that going to go? Is that going to get cut back if we start losing funds? Everybody knows what's going on in the economy. And we're kind of stuck in neutral, and it's not going to change for a few years to come. And deficits are projected out to 2018 for the city of Los Gatos. So I think if you just boil it down to money, it's pretty easy to say, yes, I support this project. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. We'll have one more speaker, Wendy Ottinger, if Wendy is here. I'm sorry? Oh, we're not finished with speakers. This is just the next speaker. So is Wendy? Oh, no, we got a million of them. Is Wendy Ottinger here? All right, she is not. So I'm going to look to the council. Our rule is that we stop at midnight unless there is a motion to continue beyond that time. A few things to consider. I haven't counted them, but I have quite a few cards left. We have a special meeting next Tuesday for the budget. June 3rd is our next regular meeting, and it has been kept pretty empty, just in case. So I need a motion of some kind. Don't everybody move at one time. Ms. Jensen?
Madam Mayor, since you were kind enough to take a break while I was choking up here at the eloquence of all of your comments, I would not support going by midnight, past midnight, although normally I would. But I think all of you have been so well prepared and made such great comments that it would not be fair to you for us to continue past midnight and not give you a full and complete discussion of everything that's been raised, allow you to make the points that you want to make, allow us to consider the points that have already been made. So at least this council member would move that we not, and I don't know if you can make a negative motion, continue our motion past midnight, and that we move this meeting to June 3rd, which I understand is currently unoccupied, and we could devote our entire time to this particular project.
Not quite entire. We have some consent items right now.
Okay.
All right, we have Mr. Vice Mayor.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion, and that's been seconded to continue this agenda item to June 3rd.
Madam Mayor, can we discuss?
Oh, it'll be discussed, yes. And now, Mr. Przinski, discussion.
Yeah, I think there's some wisdom in not deliberating in a semi-sleep state for a significant issue like this. But it depends on how many speakers we have. There's a number of people who've spent the entire night with us. We have to stop doing this. I think that I would be more inclined to hear the rest of the speakers who have signed and are present, and then go to the motion to continue to the June 2nd meeting, if that would be acceptable to the council. June 3rd? Okay, June 3rd.
All right, well, I'm going to weigh in on that. I have about 20 cards, and it would be my inclination as part of this motion to continue to June 3rd and have those people who have already filled out cards, not new folks, but all the people who have filled out cards, I will call their names on June 3rd. So that's what my point would be. And maker of the motion?
I would support the mayor's point. I understand Councilperson Brzezinski's thought process, and I appreciate that you've all toughed it out. We want to give you the opportunity to be fully heard and fully considered. The fact that you're here at 5 of midnight indicates that hopefully you're dedicated enough to come back on June 3rd. I trust that you will, because we want to hear from you. So I support the mayor's concept of, I'm sorry,
Are you just
limiting speakers to the cards that we have and continuing this matter to June 3rd.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
I'll support that as well.
All right, so we have a motion to continue this to June 3rd, to include at that hearing all of the folks who have already filled out cards, where we will listen to you with a clear brain. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, so it passes 4-1. Mr. Brzezinski being the no vote. However, being as diligent as we are, we have room for one more speaker. And so, Brad Clausey. All right, Brad Clausey isn't here. Let's try one more. Leo Magnolia. Mr. Maniglia will be our last speaker.
Mayor Spector and the council. I've been, my name's Leo Maniglia, and I've been a resident and homeowner in Los Gatos for 26 years. I live just blocks away from the project. I'm not a developer. I'm not a real estate agent. I live merely a half mile from the project. The Gateway project, when it was built, I saw no impact on traffic. Talked to many of the retailers in the area, because I was very proud of what Los Gatos approved and built. And they all were very excited about what's taking place in Los Gatos. And me and my wife drive by there 2-3 times a day and really like the updated building, and truly believe that this project is a must for Los Gatos. I think financially, you know all the negatives and positives. I think the site that the building's going to be put on is a perfect location for that. Unfortunately, there will be some people impacted, but you know, as we all know, there's positives and pluses and negatives about any project. And I think that when you weigh everything out, I think to keep up with times and to be a part of Silicon Valley, and to ensure the future of our kids, because I have 2 children also in school, I think it's very important that you weigh out everything in your decision making here and look for the future of Los Gatos. And I think that you, as the council members, have the opportunity to make this decision. And I think you should vote in favor of this project, and I'm in favor of it, and I hope it passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I will see a lot of you on June 3rd, and this meeting is now adjourned.